What lies beneath the surface, waiting to unleash terror upon the unsuspecting world? A shadow looms, vast and ancient, its presence felt long before it is seen. The Leviathan, legend or reality? Each whispered tale sends shivers down the spine, as sailors clutch their charms and offer prayers to gods unseen. The ocean stretches endlessly, a blue expanse that hides more than it reveals. In its depths, the Leviathan stirs, a behemoth of myth, dread, and awe, evoking the essence of primordial fears. The wind howls ominously, carrying with it the salt of the sea and the scent of forgotten stories. Storm clouds gather, darkening the horizon as if the heavens themselves sense the awakening of something monumental. Fishermen speak in hushed tones, recalling nights when the waves roared with rage, and the very fabric of reality seemed to peel away. An old mariner leans against the weathered planks of a dock, eyes narrowing as he recounts the chilling moment his vessel trembled under an unseen weight, an echo of the Leviathan's pulse reverberating through the hull. What terror lurked beneath those churning waters? Beneath the tumultuous waves, something stirs. A giant, the embodiment of nature's wrath and wonder. Its scales glimmer like polished obsidian, each movement a dance of chaos, each breath a tempest waiting to be unleashed. As thunder rumbles in the distance, the ocean swells, revealing glimpses of a truth long buried in myth. Is it a guardian of the deep, or a harbinger of doom? The air grows thick with anticipation and dread, as the ancient legends resonate in the minds of those who dare to chart the unknown. Then, without warning, the water erupts, a colossal wave crashing onto the shore, sending fishermen scrambling. Gasps fill the air, eyes widen in disbelief. The Leviathan surfaces, a magnificent terror breaking the surface, a creature that defies comprehension. Its roar echoes like a death knell, shaking the very foundations of land and sea. The tales were not mere fantasies. They were warnings, and now, the world must pay heed. In the aftermath, the coastal town grapples with the enormity of its existence. Scholars and sailors converge, each desperate for answers, searching for clues among the wreckage left in the wake of the beast. But the Leviathan is not just a creature. It is a force of nature, a symbol of humanity's struggle against the vast, unpredictable ocean. As fear melds with fascination, alliances form, and betrayals brew. Who will seek to protect the beast, and who will hunt it down? The lines blur, and the stakes rise as the world teeters on the brink of catastrophe and revelation. The night deepens and shadows stretch like fingers across the water, but the true terror lies not in the creature itself, but in what its emergence reveals about the fragile balance of existence. As the Leviathan looms large, history stirs, beckoning the brave to confront their fate. Will humanity rise to tame the beast, or will it be consumed by the very darkness it seeks to conquer? The answer waits just beneath the surface, pulsing with a life of its own, ready to engulf those who dare to plunge into its depths. From the depths of a stormy sea, lightning crackled against dark clouds, illuminating a massive silhouette that stirred fear in the hearts of sailors. This was no ordinary beast. It was the Leviathan, a creature born from the collective nightmares of ancient civilizations. With scales tougher than iron and eyes that glinted with an eternal hunger, the Leviathan was a symbol, a relentless force of nature embodying chaos and power. But where did this terrifying figure originate? What stories were woven around its name, and what truths lay beneath the surface of its myth? In the shadowy corners of Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates carved their path through the land, the earliest whispers of the Leviathan took form. The Babylonians spoke of Tiamat, a primordial goddess who, in her rage, gave birth to monstrous beings. A serpent-like dragon, she battled the storm god Marduk, representing the struggle between chaos and order. The clash was fierce, wild winds spiraling, waves crashing, as Tiamat's fury echoed throughout the heavens. Marduk triumphed, his victory crafting the very fabric of the world, but Tiamat's spirit lingered, transforming into the Leviathan, a reminder that chaos was never truly vanquished. Across the Mediterranean, in the tales of the ancient Hebrews, this creature morphed into a symbol of divine wrath. In the Book of Job, Leviathan is depicted as a formidable opponent against God, illustrating the stark contrast between humanity's frailty and the unfathomable forces of nature. The description of Leviathan's jaws, capable of consuming whole worlds, stirred something primal in those who read the verses. They envisioned a creature that could not only swallow their fears, but also turn them into tales of bravery and survival. The Greeks, too, contributed to the evolving narrative of the Leviathan. In their myths, the creature often took the form of monstrous sea serpents, lurking in the ocean's depths. The tale of the monstrous Cetus, sent by Poseidon to ravage the coast, emphasizes the tempestuous relationship between mankind and the ocean. When Perseus faced this behemoth to save Andromeda, it was not merely a battle against a creature, but a confrontation with destiny. With every swing of his sword, the line between heroism and folly blurred, echoing the tension that existed between man and the chaotic forces of nature. Even in the distant lands of India, a parallel existed. In the epic writings of the Mahabharata, the cosmic serpent Vasuki coiled around the universe, representing the interconnectedness of life and death. As deities churned the ocean of milk to retrieve the nectar of immortality, they were reminded of the Leviathan's dual nature, both a source of life and a harbinger of destruction. The tension of creation and destruction played out against a backdrop of unfathomable depths, where the Leviathan was a constant, silent witness. The symbolism surrounding the Leviathan was not restricted to its fearsome appearance. Across cultures, it represented humanity's deepest fears and aspirations. The creature was a metaphor for the unknown, for the dark waters that lie just beyond the horizon. People stood on the shores of their existence, peering into that infinite abyss, hoping to harness its power while trembling at its unpredictability. Every legend, every story painted the Leviathan as a guardian and a threat, a paradox that evoked both respect and dread. As the sun set behind the mountains, casting deep shadows across the land, the tales of the Leviathan rippled through the hearts of the people. They gathered around fires, sharing stories that danced between reality and myth. The firelight flickered, illuminating their faces filled with awe and fear. The Leviathan was not just a creature of the sea. It was a reflection of their struggles, their triumphs, and their deepest fears. With every retelling, the Leviathan grew, its image more fearsome, its legend more profound. In the icy waters of the north, the Norse also carried tales of a great serpent. Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, coiled around the earth, ready to unleash chaos during Ragnarok. When Thor, the god of thunder, faced this monster, it was not just a battle of strength but a confrontation with fate itself. The waves crashed violently as they clashed, the air thick with tension, every moment teetering between despair and hope. Those who bore witness knew that this was more than a fight. It symbolized the eternal struggle against the chaos that threatened to consume the world. These diverse stories, woven through time and space, reveal a universal truth about the Leviathan. It was not merely a monster lurking beneath the waves. It was a reflection of humanity's own internal battles. Each civilization, in its desperate attempt to understand the world, created this symbol to embody its fears, desires, and aspirations. As the tales spread from one culture to another, the Leviathan transformed, yet its essence remained untouched, a reminder that within each person resides a tiny piece of chaos, waiting for its moment to rise. The wind howled through the ancient ruins, rustling the leaves of trees that had witnessed centuries of stories. In every corner of the world, the Leviathan echoed, its roar resonating through mountains and valleys. In the tales of fishermen and scholars alike, the waves crashed against the shores, reminding all who listened that chaos was a part of life, a force that must be reckoned with, feared, and respected. As the night deepened, the stories of the Leviathan continued, a legacy that would never fade, a promise of the mysteries that lay ahead. In the dim light of a flickering fire, the crackling embers cast dancing shadows on the ancient walls of a temple. A shiver runs down the spine of anyone who gazes into the depths of that darkness, for it conceals a creature of unimaginable terror and awe, the Leviathan. This monstrous being, a vast serpent-like figure, looms large in the minds of those who dare to speak its name. In the ancient Near East, tales of the Leviathan echoed in the hearts and souls of people, a cacophony of fear and reverence that transcended generations. From the sun-baked plains of Mesopotamia to the windswept cliffs of Canaan, the Leviathan is a symbol that reflects the raw and untamed chaos of the world. In the Babylonian creation myth, the Enuma Elish, Tiamat, the primordial goddess, embodies this chaos, her body split to form the heavens and the earth. Yet, it is in her monstrous offspring, the Leviathan, that the true terror lies. The tales tell of a battle between order and chaos, between the gods and the primordial forces that threaten to engulf creation itself. As the mighty Marduk rises to confront Tiamat and her monstrous children, the tension crackles in the air like a thunderstorm on the horizon. The ancient scribes, with their ink-stained hands, immortalized these stories on clay tablets, leaving behind a legacy that would haunt the imagination of countless generations. The imagery paints a vivid picture: scales that shimmer like the surface of a stormy sea, jaws that could swallow the sun, and eyes that burn with a fire born of the abyss. The Leviathan becomes not just a creature but a metaphor for humanity's deepest fears, a reminder of nature's wildness that can never truly be tamed. In the Hebrew Bible, the Leviathan appears in Job, a book steeped in sorrow and questioning. Job, in his anguish, speaks of the Leviathan as a creature no man can tame, a symbol of the unfathomable mysteries of existence. When God speaks from the whirlwind, he asks Job if he can draw out the Leviathan with a hook or tie down its tongue with a rope. The imagery resonates. Who among mortals could hope to control such a force? In this moment, the Leviathan transforms into a representation of divine power and human limitation, evoking emotions of both despair and awe. As the stories weave through ancient cultures, they reveal a universal struggle against forces beyond comprehension. In the Ugaritic texts, the god Baal battles the Leviathan, known as Yam, in a clash that shakes the heavens. The sharpness of the swords and the roar of the waves create an atmosphere thick with tension. Baal, armed with thunder and determination, faces down the terrifying beast, embodying the hope that order can emerge from chaos. The hearts of the listeners beat faster with every verse, caught in the thrill of the struggle, the very essence of life and death hanging in the balance. The tension builds further when exploring the ancient Egyptian texts, where the concept of the Leviathan takes on a different form. Here, Apep, a serpent of chaos, embodies the eternal threat to the sun god Ra. Each night, as Ra travels through the underworld, Apep lurks, ready to ambush and consume the light. The Egyptians believed that each dawn was a victory over the darkness, a moment that filled hearts with hope and dread. The image of Apep writhing in the waters, trying to engulf the sun, becomes a powerful metaphor for the daily battles against despair and chaos that every soul faces. The beauty of these ancient tales lies not just in their terrifying creatures, but also in the deep-seated emotions they evoke. Readers can feel the weight of the fear, the longing for order, and the relentless hope for peace in the midst of chaos. The Leviathan, with its menacing presence, acts as a mirror reflecting humanity's own struggles. It is a figure of nightmares, yet, paradoxically, it inspires courage in those who hear its tale. As whispers of the Leviathan spread throughout the ancient world, they find their way into the art and culture of the time. Mesopotamian sculptures depict fantastic beasts, their scales engraved with meticulous detail, captivating the viewers who are drawn to the blend of beauty and terror. In these works of art, the Leviathan becomes transcendent, a connection to the divine, a reminder of the duality of existence. The stories of the Leviathan, varied yet united by the thread of chaos, echo through the ages. Each culture, each text, adds a layer to the understanding of this creature, creating a complex tapestry of fear and fascination. The heart races with the knowledge that the Leviathan is more than just a monster. It is an embodiment of the eternal struggle of life itself. The pulse of ancient civilizations resonates with the stories they tell, their fears and hopes woven into the very fabric of the cosmos. As the flickering firelight fades, the Leviathan lingers in the shadows, a promise of more to come. The tales do not end. They spiral like the coils of the serpent, drawing in the listeners, leaving them breathless, their imaginations ignited. What is the nature of this fearsome creature? What new revelations await those who dare to confront its legacy? The echoes of the past reverberate, hinting at deeper truths yet to be unveiled, a thread that beckons into the next chapter of this ancient saga, where chaos and order dance in an eternal embrace. In the shadows of ancient texts, a creature lurked, one that stirred both fear and awe in the hearts of those who dared to read about it. The Leviathan, a monstrous being woven into the fabric of the Hebrew Bible, was not merely a tale of a sea serpent, but a symbol of chaos, power, and the unknown. With each line, the air thickened with tension, the waves of the ocean crashing against the shores of comprehension. Scribes of old poured their ink onto parchment, their quills trembling as they described the Leviathan, a creature with scales that shimmered like armor and eyes that glowed like embers in the night. The descriptions in Job, Psalms, and Isaiah are hauntingly vivid. Can you draw out Leviathan with a fishhook? The text queries, drawing readers into a dance with the unfathomable. The images conjured are not just of a beast but of a force of nature, a chaotic whirlpool of strength that could swallow the very heavens. As the pages turn, the emotional weight of these ancient words settles heavily on the chest. The Leviathan was not just an animal. It represented the primal fears of humanity, the dread of the deep, the terror of the unknown. It was an embodiment of storms and darkness that could engulf life itself. The tension rises when the narrative reveals a profound truth. This monster is not simply outside of humanity, but also a part of its psyche. It plays with the boundaries between creation and destruction, a reflection of humanity's own struggles. In the book of Job, the Leviathan serves as a challenge, a test of faith. What is mankind that you are mindful of them? One wonders, echoing Job's own desperate questions in the face of suffering. The Leviathan's presence lurks behind every query, a reminder of human vulnerability. The text paints this creature as a fearsome guardian of the ocean's depths, its very existence a challenge to human pride. Can man tame what is untamable? The Leviathan becomes a metaphor for trials and tribulations, reflecting the struggles that everyone faces in their own lives. Then there are the Psalms, where the Leviathan swims through the verses like a shadow. You crushed the heads of Leviathan. You gave him as food for the creatures of the wilderness. The imagery here is powerful and visceral. God's might is displayed in the narrative, showcasing dominion over chaos itself. Yet, this raises a question that sends chills down the spine. If God can defeat the Leviathan, what does that say about the nature of humanity's struggles? Are we, too, at the mercy of forces beyond our understanding? The Leviathan becomes a symbol of all that threatens to overwhelm us, a reminder of our fragility in the face of life's turbulent waters. The tension escalates further in Isaiah's writings, where the Leviathan is both a formidable foe and an object of divine judgment. In that day, the Lord will punish Leviathan, the fleeing serpent, with his fierce and great and mighty sword. This portrayal shifts the Leviathan from an adversary to a symbol of hope. The narrative suggests a future where chaos is not just subdued but transformed. The emotional weight of these words hangs heavy like storm clouds before a downpour. It speaks to the very heart of redemption, the idea that even the most fearsome chaos can be brought under control. Hints of cosmic battles and divine power seep through the lines, igniting a fire in the imagination. The Leviathan becomes a creature of legend, a bridge between the earthly and the celestial. As readers ponder the implications, the descriptions seem to pulse with life, begging for attention. The rhythmic swell of the text captivates, drawing one in deeper and deeper. With every passage, the beast grows larger, its form more defined, its presence more palpable. The poetic beauty of these verses reveals layers of meaning, each line a brushstroke painting a grand tableau of existence itself. The Leviathan, once a mere monster lurking in the depths, becomes an embodiment of human fears, challenges, and the quest for understanding. It represents the dark night of the soul, the struggles that shape the human experience, resonating with an undeniable emotional truth that strikes at the very core of life. As the narrative unfolds, the reader is left breathless, caught in a whirlwind of imagery and emotion. The Leviathan's massive tail thrashes against the waves, creating whirlpools of doubt and uncertainty. The tension is palpable, thick enough to slice through the silence. The words linger, echoing the timeless struggle between order and chaos. And just as the storm seems to reach its peak, a moment of quiet reflection emerges. The sight of the ocean calms, and one can almost hear the whispers of the ancients, their voices weaving through time. Here lies the essence of humanity, a relentless pursuit of understanding amidst chaos. The Leviathan, with all its ferocity, serves as a reminder that from the depths of despair can arise profound revelations and a deeper connection to the divine. With each passing thought, the realization dawns that the battle with the Leviathan is not just a struggle against an external force. It is an intimate dance with one's own fears and uncertainties. The text resonates with emotions that transcend time, pulling readers into an ancient world that feels alarmingly relevant. The Leviathan embodies not just chaos but the very essence of life's challenges, the unpredictable forces that shape our destiny. Just as the ink dries on the pages, another wave crashes, hinting at more revelations to come. The Leviathan's tale is far from over. It flows seamlessly into a larger narrative that continues to beckon, inviting those who dare to confront the unknown. In the hazy twilight of ancient Israel, under a canopy of stars that seemed to pulse with life, a flicker of fear and awe crept into the hearts of the faithful. They whispered tales of a creature so immense and fearsome that the very waters of the earth trembled at its passing. This was Leviathan, a monstrous serpent of the deep, whose very name sent shivers down spines and sparked imaginations. The air crackled with the tension of countless stories, each echoing with the voices of rabbinical sages who sought to understand this enigmatic symbol of chaos. Rabbinical interpretations painted Leviathan not just as a beast but as a complex metaphor for the forces of the universe. In the swirling depths of the Midrash, the Leviathan emerged as a figure of dual nature, both a terrifying enemy of humanity and a majestic creature that played a critical role in the divine plan. The sages contemplated the creature's fate, their voices trembling with an urgency that reverberated through the ages. Why would God create such a monster? They pondered, the question hanging heavy in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. One rabbi, his beard flowing like the waves of the sea, recounted vivid dreams of Leviathan coiling around the world, a creature that challenged the very order of creation. This beast, he bellowed, is not merely a monster of the deep. It represents the chaotic forces within our own souls. The crowd listened, eyes wide and hearts racing, as he described the Leviathan's role in the cosmic battle, where chaos clashed with the divine order. It was a battle that played out not only in the heavens but within each person who dared to confront their own darkness. Yet, amidst the awe, there was an undercurrent of dread. The Leviathan was said to be destined for a day of reckoning, a day when its destructive power would rise, threatening to consume all. The rabbi's voice dropped to a whisper, and the listeners leaned closer, breath caught in their throats. The creature's impending doom was intertwined with humanity's fate, a delicate thread that united the strongest and the weakest, the faithful and the doubtful. In its defeat lies our salvation, he warned, eyes glistening with unspoken fear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow that shimmered like molten gold across the waters, another rabbi rose from the shadows. With a twinkle in his eye, he offered a different perspective. What if Leviathan is not merely a beast to be feared? What if it is a symbol of our own potential? The crowd stirred, intrigued and anxious. He spoke of the Leviathan scales, each one representing a facet of humanity. The strength, the struggle, the beauty, and the peril. Embrace the Leviathan within, he urged. For in doing so, we might find our true selves. The room buzzed with energy, hearts racing with a mix of fear and exhilaration. No longer was Leviathan just a monster lurking in the abyss. It had transformed into a mirror reflecting their innermost desires, their deepest fears. The sages had ignited a fire, a yearning to confront the chaos within and without. They spoke of a time when Leviathan would rise, not to destroy, but to challenge humanity to rise to its own greatness. The air thickened with anticipation, and the realization washed over them like a wave crashing against the shore. They were all part of this cosmic story. The tales twisted and turned like the serpent itself, weaving through the fabric of their collective consciousness. Some believed that Leviathan was being kept at bay, held captive by the divine, waiting for that fateful day when it would unleash its fury. Others told of a banquet to come, where Leviathan would be served to the righteous, a feast of glory that would mark humanity's triumph over chaos. Each interpretation danced through the air like fireflies, illuminating the dark corners of their minds. Yet, as night deepened, unease crept back in. The question loomed large. Would they be ready when the time came? Would they rise to the challenge? Or would they be swallowed whole by the very chaos they feared? The sages felt the weight of this question, their hearts echoing the fears of generations past. The words of the ancient texts resonated, steeped in the knowledge that the Leviathan was not just a creature of the sea, but an eternal struggle within every soul. Underneath the surface of these interpretations lay an urgent call to action. The Leviathan, in all its terrifying glory, begged to be understood, not ignored. The faithful could not turn away. They had to engage with the monster, grapple with its meaning. Prophecies echoed in the minds of the listeners, tales of redemption, of facing their fears and emerging victorious. The night swirled with the weight of their collective hopes and dreams, igniting a fervor that propelled them forward into the unknown. In hushed tones, the rabbinical sages exchanged their thoughts, each echoing the other's sentiments. They knew that the Leviathan story was one that had no clear ending. It was a living narrative, a tapestry woven with threads of fear and hope, chaos and order, destruction and creation. And as the stars flickered above, they understood. The story of Leviathan was also their story, a tale that would stretch across time, beckoning them to confront the depths of their souls and the vastness of the universe. The tension hung in the air, thick like the mist rolling off the waters. As the night deepened, the stories continued to flow, and the faithful gathered closer, hearts pounding in unison, ready to embrace whatever was to come. The night was alive with whispers as the waves crashed violently against the jagged rocks, the moonlight casting a silvery glow on the restless sea. Shadows danced on the water's surface, hinting at the dark and ancient creature that lurked just beneath. The Leviathan, a name that sent shivers down the spines of sailors and scholars alike, was not just a beast. It was chaos incarnate, a living tempest born from the depths of primordial fears. In biblical texts, the Leviathan is described as a serpent, coiling and twisting, its scales glittering like armor forged from nightmares. It was a creature born from the chaotic ocean, a beast that could rise up against the very forces of order and creation. Its presence loomed in the minds of the faithful and the fearful, a personification of the wild, untamed aspects of nature itself. This creature was not simply a monster to be slain, but a reminder of the chaos that could swallow the world whole. The ancients understood chaos. They felt it in their bones, in the storms that raged and the darkness that fell. To them, the Leviathan represented the chaos of the sea, the unpredictable power that could crush ships and drown sailors in a heartbeat. Its name, inscribed in ancient texts, echoed through the ages, stirring imaginations and invoking primal fears. It was said that when the Leviathan stirred beneath the surface, the very earth trembled in response, a warning to those who dared to challenge the wild waters. In the depths of the Hebrew scriptures, the Leviathan was seen as a guardian of the underworld, a titan locked in an eternal dance with the divine. It was said that God would one day defeat this creature, that the chaos would be tamed, and thus the world would be restored to an age of peace. Yet until that day, the Leviathan roamed free, a symbol of the unknown, a reminder of humanity's own fragility. Tales of sailors lost to the sea, ships swallowed whole by the depths, only added to the mystique. Each story, like a wave crashing against a rocky shore, left behind traces of fear and fascination. Across cultures, variations of the Leviathan emerged, each echoing the same themes of chaos and control. In Babylonian mythology, Tiamat took on the form of a sea serpent, embodying the chaos from which the world was born. She, too, was a creature of the abyss, portraying the terrifying power of the ocean's depths. Her battles against the gods mirrored the struggles of humanity against the unknown, the wildness that could not be fully tamed. The great myths spun a web of dread and awe that connected people through time and space. These fears were universal, resonating with hearts and minds across generations. In Norse mythology, the beast known as Jormungandr wrapped itself around the world, an endless serpent predicting the chaos that would come during Ragnarok. The world would shake and shatter, ships would capsize, and the sea would rise as this monstrous creature clashed with the gods. Here, the Leviathan was not just an enemy but an integral part of the cosmic cycle, a harbinger of destruction, yet also a precursor to rebirth. The chaos it brought was not to be despised but understood, as the necessary precursor to new beginnings. Meanwhile, the Greeks spoke of Typhon, a creature wrapped in serpentine form, who challenged the gods themselves. Typhon's rage was chaos personified, a whirlwind of fury that threatened to unmake the world. Stories of Typhon's battles became cautionary tales, warning of the tumultuous nature hidden within the depths. His defeat signified the triumph of order over chaos, yet the shadow of what he represented lingered long after. This echoed the ancient truth: chaos is a relentless force, one that can never truly be vanquished, only contained. Even in the modern world, the idea of the Leviathan lives on, a metaphor for the chaos that lurks beneath the surface of civilization. From literature to film, the creature continues to inspire fear and fascination. It embodies the unpredictability of nature and human existence, a reminder that no matter how much we try to impose order, chaos is always lurking just out of sight, ready to rear its head. As the storm gathered strength, the waves crashing higher and higher, the Leviathan stirred beneath the surface, waiting, watching. Its eyes gleamed like distant stars, reflecting the fears of all who dared to gaze upon the water. The sea swelled with energy, a chaotic heartbeat that resonated in the chest of every sailor. In those moments, when the sky darkened and the winds howled, chaos was not just an abstract idea. It was a living, breathing force, and the Leviathan was its champion. The sailors, caught in the throes of this tempest, knew the stories well. They had been told of the Leviathan, of its power and fury. The words of their forefathers echoed in their minds, the warnings becoming a chant against the storm. "Fear the depths," they whispered, "for the Leviathan lies in wait." But as the waves towered around them and the sky split with lightning, they found that fear could be a double-edged sword, a mix of terror and exhilaration. With each crashing wave, the legend of the Leviathan grew louder, intertwining with their hearts and souls. It was not just a creature of chaos, but a force of nature that demanded respect. The storm raged on, each moment a reminder of humanity's smallness in the grand scheme, an eternal dance between chaos and order, a battle that would continue for ages to come. The sea roared as if echoing the fears of countless generations, a reminder that while chaos may be fearsome, it also holds the promise of transformation. And so, deep within the heart of this chaos, the Leviathan would continue to stir, forever a creature of the abyss, forever a symbol of the primordial forces that shaped existence itself. In the shadowy recesses of a medieval chapel, the flicker of candlelight dances on the cold stone walls, casting strange shapes that seemed to whisper secrets long forgotten. Here, amidst the echoes of prayers and the rustle of robes, a figure stands, a monk, hunched over a parchment, quill trembling in his hand. His heart races, not merely from the chill of the air, but from the weight of the knowledge he contemplates. The Leviathan, that monstrous creature of the deep, both feared and revered, looms large in his thoughts. What does it mean for the faithful? What truth does it hide beneath its scaly surface? As the monk's eyes trace the ancient words, the imagery of the Leviathan unfurls like a dark banner in his mind. It is not just a beast. It is an embodiment of chaos, a symbol of God's ultimate power over sin and disorder. The scriptures had spoken of this great creature, a force of nature, both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The book of Job describes it with vivid strokes, painting a portrait of something that transcends mere animal instinct. This Leviathan, with its fearsome jaws and impenetrable hide, was a representation of all that humanity could never tame, a reflection of the tumultuous world outside the chapel walls. What the monk felt in that moment was profound. He understood the Leviathan as a duality, a complex blend of allegory and theology. It was a creature that could inspire dread, yet it was also a reminder of the divine order that reigned above the chaos. In the vast ocean of life, where storms raged and tempests threatened, God remained sovereign. The Leviathan served as both a warning and a comfort, a reminder of humanity's smallness in the grand design of creation, yet also a testament to the strength granted by faith. The air thickened as the monk continued to write. He envisioned the fierce battles between man and beast, a struggle that played out not just in the waters, but within the very souls of believers. This monster was more than a myth. It was a metaphor for the sins and temptations that lurk beneath the surface of existence, waiting to pull one under with little warning. Each wave crashing against the shore echoed the trials faced by those who dared to navigate the tumultuous sea of morality, searching for a glimpse of divine truth. Outside, the wind howled against the chapel, as if echoing the very essence of the Leviathan. The monk could almost hear its roar in the gusts. He thought of the scholars who debated the nature of the creature, some insisting it was a literal being, while others argued it was merely a symbol of evil or chaos. Yet he felt an undeniable connection to the Leviathan, as if it were a living testament to the struggles faced by all of humankind. In every fear, every doubt, there lay the essence of this creature, lurking just beneath the surface. The stories of saints and sinners alike were filled with battles against their own Leviathans. Temptations, pride, jealousy, all cloaked in the guise of the beast. The monk closed his eyes, envisioning a world where the Leviathan represented everything that sought to drag the faithful into darkness. Yet, each tale also held a glimmer of hope. For alongside the terrifying image of destruction, there lay the promise of salvation, of God's unyielding grace that could calm even the fiercest of storms. As the candle flickered ominously, casting long shadows, the monk felt a chill run down his spine. He was reminded of the great theologians who had mused about the nature of evil, comparing it to the unfathomable depths of the sea, where the Leviathan resided. The creature became a potent symbol of the struggle against temptation, a physical representation of the darkness that threatened to consume the light. The ink ran dry as his quill scratched across the parchment, each word a testament to the fear and reverence the beast inspired. With every stroke, he could feel the tension rising, a palpable energy that coursed through the air. It was not merely ink upon a page. It was the very essence of belief, the battle between good and evil encapsulated in the form of a mythical creature. As he wrote of the Leviathan's great battles, he felt the pulse of history come alive around him. The saints who faced their own monstrous trials and emerged victorious, their faith a shining beacon in the darkness. Suddenly, the chapel door creaked open, and in walked a fellow monk, eyes wide with urgency. "Brother, have you heard the tales?" he gasped, breathless and wild. "They say the Leviathan stirs again. The seas have grown restless, and fishermen speak of shadows lurking beneath their boats. Is it a sign?" The air hung heavy with expectation as the two men exchanged glances filled with both fear and wonder. Was it possible? Had the creature risen from the depths to remind the world of its chaos? The monk's heart raced as he thought of the implications. The Leviathan was known not only as a creature of destruction, but also as a harbinger of change, a sign that something greater was at play. As they conversed, the flickering candlelight danced in rhythm with their rising emotions, drawing them closer to the heart of their fears. This was not merely a story of a mythical beast. It was a reflection of their lives, their struggles, and their faith. Each word spoken reverberated off the stone walls, echoing their shared understanding that the Leviathan, whether real or allegorical, played a crucial role in the dance between sin and redemption. With the tension thickening in the air, they could almost hear the distant roar of the Leviathan, the promise of chaos and the hope of divine intervention intertwined. Each breath they took a plea for guidance, for understanding in a world that often seemed too dark to navigate. Would they find the strength to confront their fears, to challenge the Leviathan within and without? As they pondered this, the chapel felt alive, vibrating with ancient truths that connected them not only to each other but to the very fabric of existence itself. The line between the earthly and the divine blurred as they prepared to face the storm that was gathering on the horizon. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a man sat scribbling furiously, his quill scratching against the rough parchment. Thomas Hobbes was trapped in the turbulence of his time. England was engulfed in civil strife, the echoes of war reverberating through the streets. The air was thick with fear, uncertainty wrapping around the hearts of the people like a vice. In this chaos, Hobbes would give birth to a monumental idea, one that would forever change the landscape of political thought: the social contract. Hobbes believed that human nature was fundamentally self-interested, a swirling tempest of desires and fears. Without a strong guiding hand, he argued, life in the state of nature would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. He envisioned a world where men were always at each other's throats, each one a potential predator or prey. The thought was chilling, a world where trust was non-existent, and every man was a wolf to another. The mere idea of survival in such a world sent chills down spines. But then came the revelation. To escape this savage fate, individuals would willingly surrender their freedoms to a sovereign authority. Hobbes painted a vivid image of the social contract, a powerful pact forged in blood, sweat, and unyielding resolve. Citizens would give up their natural rights, trading freedom for protection, a desperate gamble to ensure their own survival. The notion was hauntingly beautiful and terrifying all at once, evoking a powerful mix of dread and hope. In his masterwork, Leviathan, Hobbes depicted the sovereign as a monstrous figure, both a fearsome king and a benevolent protector. This Leviathan was not merely a ruler. It was an embodiment of collective strength, a creation born from the will of the people. He spoke of it as a great artificial man, with the power to enforce laws and maintain peace, its very existence resting on the consent of the governed. This idea illuminated the dark corners of despair, offering a glimmer of light in a world shadowed by uncertainty. Hobbes's vision was radical. It demanded the surrender of personal liberty, a concept that would send shivers through the hearts of many. The fear of tyranny loomed large as the people grappled with the implications of giving so much power to one entity. What if the Leviathan turned against them? What if it became a tyrant, ruling with an iron fist? The tension was palpable, a dramatic push and pull between the desire for security and the fear of oppression. As Hobbes scribbled down his thoughts, he envisioned citizens huddled together, discussing the nature of their existence. They weighed the risks, the safety that came with conformity against the chains of servitude. It was in this crucible of thought that Hobbes ignited a flame, one that would inspire countless debates and revolutions long after his ink dried. The very essence of the social contract was a raw nerve, sparking discussions that could ignite the flames of rebellion or peace. The sovereign, as Hobbes described it, was not merely a figure of authority, but a necessary evil. The very act of submission to a common power was seen as a path to peace. Citizens, in their agreement, would grant the Leviathan the right to wield absolute power, yet in return, they would receive the security of order. It was a gamble of the highest stakes, and in that tension, the emotional weight hung heavily. As the ink flowed, Hobbes painted a terrifying picture of a fractured society without a sovereign. The words "war of all against all" echoed ominously in the minds of readers. They could almost hear the clashing swords and the cries of despair. It was a vivid reminder of what was at stake, and this haunting image lingered long after the pages were turned. The emotions were raw, the stakes unbearably high, and the choices hauntingly eternal. Historians would later dissect Hobbes's thoughts, marveling at how his ideas laid the groundwork for modern political philosophy. Scholars would find themselves entranced by the man who seemed to peer into the very soul of humanity, revealing both its darkest corners and its potential for order. Every philosopher since then would grapple with his ideas, wrestling with the balance of power and the essence of freedom. Amidst the turmoil of England's civil war, Hobbes found himself a prisoner of fear, yet he emerged a titan of thought. His insights echoed through the ages, igniting debates that would shape nations. The social contract became a beacon for those who sought stability amidst chaos, a lighthouse guiding ships through stormy seas. Even today, the reverberations of his ideas can be felt, a haunting reminder of the fragile balance between security and freedom. Imagine a society where individuals are asked to give up their personal liberty for the greater good, each person wondering if they were the ones shackling themselves to tyranny or binding themselves in safety. The uncertainty churned with every passing moment, a roller coaster of emotion that left hearts racing and minds questioning. As the candle flickered, casting shadows that danced wildly on the walls, Hobbes's quill scratched one final thought. The social contract demanded more than mere agreement. It required trust, the most elusive and precious of all human commodities. Would the Leviathan uphold its end of the bargain? Would the people find solace under the watchful eye of their sovereign? Or would they find themselves caught in a web of despair? The questions lingered in the air, heavy with anticipation, as if the very fabric of society depended on the answers yet to be revealed. In the distance, the sounds of unrest grew louder, a reminder that the struggle for order and the quest for freedom were as timeless as the ink on Hobbes's page. The tension hung thick, a promise of more to come, a story that was far from finished. Each heartbeat echoed the uncertainty of the future, and in the depths of uncertainty, the next chapter awaited, dark, thrilling, and alive with the pulse of human existence. In the dim glow of flickering candlelight, a single figure sat hunched over a stack of parchment, ink-stained fingers trembling as he penned the words that would challenge the very fabric of society. Thomas Hobbes, a mind of remarkable depth, stared into the shadows that danced around him, wrestling with thoughts that felt like a tempest brewing within his soul. The world was a chaotic place, filled with the clamor of voices, each vying for power, security, and meaning. Yet amidst this turmoil, he envisioned a creature, a monstrous embodiment of authority and fear, the Leviathan. It was not merely a beast of sea and storm, but a powerful symbol of the state itself, rising from the depths of human desperation and longing for order. As Hobbes wrote, he could almost see the Leviathan's tangible form, a creature stitched together from the very fabric of humanity. Its body made up of the people it governed, each individual a vital piece of the whole. This was no ordinary monster. It was a reflection of collective strength and fragility, a stark reminder of the delicate balance between freedom and security. The ink flowed like a river, and with every stroke, Hobbes breathed life into this monstrous figure. The Leviathan stood tall, representing the absolute authority that arose from a social contract, the idea that individuals surrendered their rights to a sovereign power in exchange for protection and order. In his mind's eye, he could see the citizens, terrified yet willing, drawing closer to this looming figure, seeking safety from overwhelming chaos. Hobbes remembered the echoes of war that filled the air during his youth, the frightening sounds of swords clashing, the cries of the fallen. They haunted him, driving him to contemplate the darkest corners of human nature. He understood well that the beast within man could unleash untold horrors. The Leviathan, however grotesque, was a necessary anchor in a world that threatened to capsize under its own weight. It instilled both dread and awe, a paradox that gripped the heart of every thinker of the Enlightenment. As the weeks turned into months, Hobbes's ideas began to ripple through the minds of others. In salons and coffee houses, philosophers gathered, their discussions igniting like wildfire, fueled by the notion of a powerful entity that could wield the collective will of mankind. They debated passionately, voices rising and falling like waves crashing against the shore. The Leviathan became a rallying cry, a symbol not just for order but for the very essence of political legitimacy. But the tension hung thick in the air, a palpable unease as thinkers like John Locke took up arms against Hobbes's vision. Locke viewed the Leviathan as a tyrant, a creature that could devour individual rights and freedoms. To him, the social contract was not a surrender but a mutual agreement, a partnership where the rulers were accountable to the ruled. The debates intensified, with the Leviathan morphing into a battleground for competing ideals, one of absolute authority and the other of inherent liberty. In the hearts of many, this struggle created a sense of urgency, a desperation that echoed the struggles of everyday life. Citizens yearned for a voice, a chance to shape their destiny. They could feel the weight of the Leviathan pressing down upon them, a reminder of their own vulnerability. Each conversation became a clash of ideologies, a wrestling match between fear and hope. The Leviathan was no longer just a symbol. It was alive in their minds, a living embodiment of their fears and aspirations. Meanwhile, in the smoky chambers of Paris, Rousseau emerged like a phoenix, challenging the very foundation of Hobbes's creature. To Rousseau, the Leviathan represented a betrayal of humanity's natural state, an abomination that distorted the essence of what it meant to be free. He painted a picture of a noble savage, untainted by the corruption of society, yearning for a return to simplicity and connection with nature. The Leviathan, in his view, was a giant that crushed individuality under its weight, a monster that needed to be tamed. Rousseau's ideas ignited a firestorm, and the Leviathan grew ever more complex, transforming into a symbol of both oppression and potential liberation. It haunted the hearts of revolutionaries, who saw it as a tyrant to be overthrown. The streets of Paris buzzed with fervor, chants of liberty and equality roaring through the air. As they looked up at the looming figure of the Leviathan, they saw in it both the potential for a just society and the lingering threat of tyranny. Women joined the fray, their voices rising against the tide of male dominance. Mary Wollstonecraft wielded her pen like a sword, challenging the notion that the Leviathan could only represent masculine power. She argued fiercely for equality, for a new vision of the Leviathan that embraced all men and women alike, as equal contributors to a society built on shared aspirations. With her words, she breathed new life into the creature, calling for a transformation that would render it not just a monster of oppression, but also a guardian of rights and dignity. And so, the Leviathan swirled in the minds of the people, a tempest of emotions and ideals. It became a living force that shaped destinies, an entity that could inspire fear or evoke hope. The Enlightenment thinkers poured their souls into understanding this creature, wrestling with its implications on their lives and the world around them. It was a symbol that transcended time, echoing through the annals of history, a reminder of humanity's struggle for power, for freedom, and for the very essence of what it means to live in a society. As the debates raged on, the world outside continued to change. Revolutions swept across continents, and the Leviathan's form shifted once more, adapting to the cries of the people. It was no longer just a creature of authority, but a symbol of a collective dream. A dream that sought to reconcile the chaos of existence with the deep-seated human desire for connection and community. The candle flickered one last time, and Hobbes, though long gone from this world, could feel the pulse of his creation echoing through time. The Leviathan would forever remain a testament to the complex interplay between fear and hope, a creature born from the very depths of human experience. It was a relentless force, a force that could shape the world in ways unimaginable, propelling humanity into the uncharted waters of the future. And with that, the shadows continued to dance, whispering secrets of the Leviathan yet to be revealed. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting fiery hues across the turbulent waters of the Atlantic. Shipwrecks lay scattered like forgotten relics, swallowed by the merciless ocean, each one a silent testament to the leviathans that roamed beneath. Long before the advent of modern oceanography, the sea was a realm of mystery, a living tapestry woven with legends and fears. Sailors gazed into the depths with a mix of awe and terror, their imaginations ignited by tales of monstrous creatures lurking just out of sight. In the early 16th century, the world was awakening to the vastness of its oceans. Explorers like Ferdinand Magellan embarked on perilous voyages, navigating treacherous waters that had never before been charted. They felt the pulse of the ocean beneath their wooden ships, the rhythmic rise and fall of the waves echoing their own heartbeat. Every swell carried not just water, but dreams of discovery and the promise of glory. Yet, with every triumph, the sea demanded respect. Ships were lost, men were consumed by storms, and the Leviathan's wrath loomed large in their minds. Fast forward to the Age of Enlightenment, where curiosity and scholarship began to intertwine. The visionaries of this era sought to tame the chaos of the oceans, to bring understanding to the tempestuous waves. The great philosopher Thomas Hobbes stirred imaginations with his notion of the Leviathan, a metaphorical beast that represented both the sea's vast power and mankind's struggle against it. In his mind, the ocean was a force that could not be controlled, a reminder of nature's dominion over humanity. The metaphor resonated deeply, igniting discussions in salons and taverns, as thinkers pondered how to capture this wild spirit through observation and science. The first serious attempts to understand the oceans came in the late 18th century, with figures like Captain James Cook leading the charge. Cook's voyages were not just expeditions. They were quests for knowledge. He meticulously mapped uncharted territories, capturing the splendor of the Pacific Islands and the mysteries of the Southern Ocean. His journals were filled with detailed observations of currents, tides, and marine life. Every entry shimmered with the excitement of discovery. And yet, there was a tension too. The ocean was unforgiving, claiming lives and ships without warning, as if to remind its conquerors of their place in the grand scheme. As the 19th century unfolded, the shackles of superstition began to crumble beneath the weight of scientific inquiry. The seas were no longer just a source of fear and myth. Pioneers like Matthew Maury emerged, igniting a spark of passion for oceanography that would change the world. He was known as the pathfinder of the seas, his heart racing as he pieced together data from countless ships, mapping the winds and currents with the precision of a master artist. Maury's work transformed sailing, turning the ocean into a living map, one that spoke not in whispers of legends, but in the language of science. Yet, just as the ocean had opened its secrets, it also unleashed new horrors. The tragedy of the HMS Challenger, launched in 1872, marked a pivotal moment. This ship was tasked with a monumental mission, the first scientific voyage to explore the depths of the ocean. Scientists aboard were filled with an intoxicating mix of hope and trepidation, eager to unearth the mysteries that lay beneath the waves. The darkness of the ocean's depths was both thrilling and terrifying, a vast unknown that beckoned them closer. The Challenger's journey revealed the ocean floor's secrets: vast plains, towering mountains, and deep, dark trenches. It was a world that stirred the soul, yet reminded humanity of its own fragility against nature's grandeur. As the years rolled on into the 20th century, the invention of new technologies propelled oceanography into the modern age. The introduction of submersibles and sonar opened up a treasure trove of discovery, but the sea remained a fierce guardian of its secrets. Each breakthrough came with its own risks. Jacques Cousteau, the legendary underwater explorer, donned his scuba gear and plunged into the abyss, driven by an insatiable curiosity. His adventures ignited the imaginations of millions, turning the ocean into a playground for exploration. Yet, with each descent, he felt the weight of the Leviathan's gaze upon him, a reminder of the ocean's sheer power. The words of marine biologist Sylvia Earle echoed through time: "No water, no life. No blue, no green." As the 20th century drew to a close, the world began to awaken to the importance of preserving this precious liquid treasure. The Leviathan was no longer just a metaphor. It was a reality that demanded protection. Environmental movements surged as people united in their love for the sea, recognizing that its health was tied to their own survival. The ocean was both a source of wonder and a harbinger of threats looming on the horizon: pollution, climate change, overfishing. The Leviathan roared, its voice echoing through generations, warning humanity to listen and act. As the 21st century dawned, the quest for understanding the ocean continued, entwined with the story of humanity itself. Oceanography had transformed from mere exploration into a vital field that seeks to unlock the mysteries of climate, weather patterns, and life itself. The Leviathan still loomed large, a symbol of the power and depth of the oceans that cover more than 70% of the Earth. Each ripple across the water's surface tells a story, one that connects all living beings, urging them to respect and cherish the world beneath. In every wave that crashes against the shore, there is a reminder of the past, a story of fear, fascination, and ultimately, enlightenment. The ocean is alive with history, echoing the voices of those who dared to venture forth, who faced the Leviathan and emerged with wisdom. The narrative of oceanography continues to unfold, an endless tapestry that binds humanity to the depths, each thread woven with excitement, hope, and a sense of responsibility for the future that lies just beneath the surface. A storm ripped across the skies, the kind that rattles windows and makes grown men tremble. At the center of that tempest stood a great beast, its massive form cloaked in shadow. This was not merely a creature of the sea, but a symbol of humanity's darkest fears, its raging chaos embodied in the very name, Leviathan. It haunted the hearts of many, a creature not just of the depths but of the depths within us all. In the pages of history, Leviathan has lurked, its monstrous silhouette woven into the fabric of literature. John Milton, a visionary poet of the 17th century, painted a haunting portrait of this creature in his epic works. In Paradise Lost, Leviathan emerged as a representation of chaos and pride, a figure whose very existence challenged the divine order. Milton crafted verses that danced with tension, each line pulsing with an underlying fear of rebellion against God. Readers could feel the tremors of that rebellion in their bones, as if the very earth was shaking beneath the weight of the struggle between good and evil. Moving forward through time, the echoes of Leviathan found new life in Thomas Hobbes' political philosophy. His treatise, Leviathan, published in 1651, depicted a monstrous state that demanded loyalty, a sovereign whose power loomed larger than life. Hobbes crafted a world where human beings, driven by self-interest, needed the security of a strong ruler. The image of Leviathan morphed from a creature of the deep to a metaphor for control and authority, a symbol of the fear that gripped society. Readers felt the tightness in their chests as they grappled with the implications of Hobbes' vision, a world teetering on the brink of chaos, where surrendering freedom was the price of safety. As the centuries rolled on, Leviathan slithered into the works of Herman Melville. In Moby Dick, the great white whale became a modern embodiment of the beast. Captain Ahab's obsessive quest for revenge against the Leviathan of the sea encapsulated humanity's struggle against the unfathomable forces of nature. Melville's prose surged with emotion, capturing the deep-seated fear and fascination that the ocean invoked. Readers were swept away by Ahab's madness, his relentless pursuit stirring a primal urge within them, a desire to confront the great unknown, even at the risk of losing everything. As the 20th century dawned, Leviathan transformed once more, adopting new forms and meanings. In the plays of Samuel Beckett, chaos was stripped down, revealing the absurdity of existence. Characters wandered through endless landscapes, trapped in cycles of meaningless repetition. The Leviathan of despair loomed large, casting shadows over their every thought. Beckett's characters faced the monstrous void, and readers felt the weight of that void pressing against their hearts, suffocating yet oddly compelling. The beast's presence continued to haunt the pages of contemporary literature. In the works of Margaret Atwood, Leviathan took on a new guise, reflecting the environmental fears of a world in crisis. In Oryx and Crake, the monstrous implications of genetic manipulation and ecological disaster wove a chilling narrative. Atwood's prose grappled with the complexities of humanity's choices, confronting readers with the consequences of their actions. The tension built as the characters navigated a landscape marred by their own hubris, the specter of Leviathan ever watching, ready to unleash its fury. The creature's legacy could also be felt in the chilling atmospheres of horror literature. Stephen King's It summoned a modern-day Leviathan in the form of Pennywise, a shape-shifting entity that preyed on the deepest fears of children. The monstrous clown encapsulated the terror lurking just beneath the surface of everyday life, manipulating the minds of its victims. Readers found themselves on the edge of their seats, hearts racing with dread as they faced their own childhood fears mirrored in the pages. Even in the realm of fantasy, the Leviathan wove its way into the narratives of authors like Neil Gaiman. In The Ocean at the End of the Lane, Gaiman created a world where ancient forces slumbered just beneath the surface of reality. The sense of dread and wonder permeated the text, wrapping around readers like a chilling fog, reminding them that the monsters of our childhood never truly leave us. The haunting melody of nostalgia and fear danced together, creating a tension that lingered long after the final page was turned. Each of these works continued to build on the mythos of Leviathan, shaping and reshaping it into new forms. The creature morphed from a symbol of chaos to a reflection of authority, from an embodiment of nature's wrath to a mirror of human fears. Every author added layers to the beast, creating a rich tapestry of emotions that span generations. In the dim light of a candlelit room, a reader would turn the pages, heart racing, breath quickening with each encounter with Leviathan. The creature remained an insatiable force, clawing at the edges of human consciousness, a reminder that some monsters were not just to be feared, but also embraced, part of the very fabric of existence. As the clock ticked closer to midnight, the tension built, creating an unbreakable bond between reader and text, a connection forged in shared fear and understanding. The storm outside raged on, echoing the turmoil within. The reader, lost in the world of words, felt the pulse of Leviathan thrumming in their veins, a powerful reminder that the struggles of the past are never truly over. Each generation faced its own Leviathan, a beast that would not be contained, a force that would forever shape the narratives of humanity. The story of the Leviathan was not over, for it lived on in every whispered fear, every dark corner of the human experience, waiting for the next author to give it voice. A great shadow looms over the water, a monstrous silhouette that sends shivers down the spine of those who dare to gaze upon it. The Leviathan, a creature of myth and legend, has haunted human imagination for centuries, its presence felt in the deepest corners of art and culture. This beast, with its serpentine body and innumerable scales, embodies the primal fear of the unknown and the chaos of the ocean. Artists throughout history have wielded their brushes to capture this fearsome entity, crafting images that stir the soul and evoke raw emotion. In ancient times, the Leviathan was not merely a creature of the sea but a symbol of power and divine wrath. The Babylonians carved intricate stones that depicted this beast, a testament to their belief in the forces of nature that could both create and destroy. As they turned to their gods, they feared the dark waters that hid the Leviathan, believing it to be a servant of chaos, a creature that would rise to challenge the order of their world. The art of these times pulsated with life, filled with swirling lines that mimicked the tumultuous waves, drawing viewers into a maelstrom of emotion. Fast forward to the Renaissance, where the Leviathan morphed from a mere symbol of chaos into a subject of philosophical inquiry. Artists like Albrecht Dürer portrayed it with meticulous detail, every scale rendered with precision, every muscle taut with the promise of movement. In Dürer's works, the creature seemed to writhe off the page, its gaze piercing through the viewer's soul. The Leviathan was no longer just a monster. It became a representation of humanity's struggle against the elements. The tension in these artworks was palpable, inviting contemplation about mankind's place in a vast and indifferent universe. As the centuries rolled on, the Leviathan found its place in the works of the Baroque masters, where dramatic contrasts of light and dark accentuated its ominous presence. In paintings by artists such as Peter Paul Rubens, the creature was depicted amidst swirling storms and chaotic seas, its roar echoing in the viewer's mind like a warning. The emotional intensity of these works could almost drown the observer in despair, reflecting the turbulent times of political strife and religious upheaval. The Leviathan became a symbol of turmoil, a reminder that beneath the surface of civilization lurked a world that could easily spiral into chaos. Then came the Romantic era, a time when the Leviathan transformed once more, this time into a symbol of the sublime, a creature that evoked both terror and awe. Artists like J.M.W. Turner painted vast seascapes, where the Leviathan loomed not just as a physical entity but as a metaphor for nature's overwhelming power. The waves crashed and foamed, the skies darkened with tempest, and the Leviathan was felt rather than seen, a lurking dread that reminded humanity of its vulnerability in the face of nature's fury. In Turner's canvases, the emotional swell was heart-stopping. The viewer could almost hear the roar of the creature, feel the spray of salt water against their skin, and sense the fear that lay just beneath the surface. The 19th century brought with it a new perspective, as literature intertwined with art. The Leviathan slithered its way into the pages of Melville's Moby Dick, becoming a symbol of obsession and the uncontrollable forces of the universe. Illustrators seized upon this imagery, bringing the beast to life in haunting illustrations that captured the essence of the struggle between man and nature. The Leviathan became a duality of sorts, a monster that was both feared and revered, a reflection of humanity's inner demons. The emotion in these artworks was raw, throbbing with the weight of existential dread. As the modern era dawned, the Leviathan underwent yet another transformation. No longer merely a creature of myth, it became a metaphor for the industrial age, the monstrous machine that consumed nature and humanity alike. Artists began to depict the Leviathan in a new light, as a symbol of humanity's unchecked ambition and the devastating consequences of progress. The beast was now a cacophony of gears and steam, a monstrous entity that loomed over the landscape, casting a long shadow on the path ahead. Works from this time were charged with an urgency, the emotion palpable as the viewer grappled with the implications of this new iconography. In the contemporary scene, the Leviathan continues to thrive, evolving with each artistic interpretation. Its form is fluid, shifting between reality and abstraction, embodying the complexities of modern life. Street artists spray-painted the Leviathan onto urban walls, infusing it with new energy, a creature born from the chaos of the city, reminding passers-by of their own struggles against societal tides. The emotion in these pieces resonates deeply, speaking to a generation grappling with their place in a fast-paced world. Every stroke, every color, every line that references the Leviathan carries a weight that transcends time. Whether it lurks in the depths of the ocean or rises menacingly against a stormy sky, this creature embodies the fears, hopes, and dreams of humanity. It is a reminder of the power of art to capture the essence of our most profound emotions, to evoke chills that ripple through the body, and to provoke thoughts that linger long after the viewing has ended. As the Leviathan continues to ripple through art, its legacy remains unbroken, an eternal thread woven into the fabric of human experience, beckoning the observer to confront their own fears and desires. In the dim light of a gallery, a painting catches the eye, a swirling tempest, the Leviathan rising majestically from the waves, an unyielding force demanding attention. The viewer is drawn in, unable to look away. The power of the beast is undeniable, the emotions it evokes swirling like the stormy sea itself. And as they stand, heart racing, they can almost hear the echo of ancient legends and modern fears whispering in their ears, a haunting reminder that the Leviathan is far more than a creature of myth. It's a reflection of our own humanity, forever chasing the horizon. The moon hung low in the sky over the calm sea, casting silvery beams across the water's surface. But beneath that placid facade, darkness writhed. Ancient whispers of something monstrous awaited. The ocean, vast and inscrutable, had long been a canvas for human fears, painting images of towering beasts that could swallow ships whole. Like a ghost from the depths, the Leviathan loomed large in the minds of those who dared to venture close to the waves. In Hebrew folklore, the Leviathan was not just a creature. It was a symbol of chaos, a primordial force that God had tamed. The sacred text spoke of its terrifying size, its scales like shields, and its eyes that burned like torches. Legends told of the beast lying in wait, a serpentine horror that could rise from the depths, its roar echoing through the valleys, sending tremors through the earth itself. The very thought of it haunted fishermen and sailors, who offered prayers to calm its restless spirit before setting out on their perilous journeys. Across the globe, the echoes of the Leviathan's legend can be found. In the ancient myths of Mesopotamia, the sea was ruled by Tiamat, a fearsome dragon who embodied the saltwater chaos. Created from the primordial waters, she birthed monsters to protect her dominion. The tales told of battles between gods and beasts, where the very nature of the world hung in the balance. Her defeat marked the dawn of order, but whispers of her children, the Leviathan among them, lingered, chilling the hearts of those who dared to dream of the ocean's edge. In Norse mythology, the Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, coiled around the earth, waiting for the day it would unleash its fury during Ragnarok. The sight of its massive body rising from the waves was a harbinger of doom. Sailors spoke of its eyes glowing in the dark depths and its scales shimmering like 1,000 stars. The very mention of its name sent shivers down the spine, a reminder that the ocean was a realm of both wonder and terror. The stories grew like tidal waves, crashing against the shores of ancient civilizations. In the seas around Japan, the Yumabozu emerged, a giant figure shrouded in mist, said to capsize ships with a flick of its wrist. Fishermen shared hushed tales of how the creature waited for the night to descend, ready to haunt the waters. The mere thought of its monstrous silhouette against the glimmering moonlight kept sailors awake, hearts pounding with dread. On the other side of the world, the tales of the sea serpent in Native American legends spoke of a creature that could create storms with a flick of its tail. The water would churn, waves towering like mountains, and then, in an instant, it would appear. An enormous beast with scales as glistening as pearls, eyes filled with ancient wisdom. The creature was both feared and revered, a guardian of the waters and a bringer of destruction. As the centuries rolled on, the Leviathan transformed, adapting to the fears of those who encountered it. In medieval times, it became a symbol of the devil, lurking beneath the waves to drag the sinful down into darkness. The monstrous visage became a canvas for the imagination, artists painting terrifying interpretations to warn of the dangers that lay beyond the horizon. The tales grew darker, more grotesque, warning of the consequences of hubris against nature. In every culture, the sea monster became a reflection of humanity's own battles with fear and the unknown. Children were warned to stay close to shore, lest they attract the attention of the lurking Leviathan. Those who had faced the creature and lived to tell the tale spoke in hushed tones, their eyes wide with the weight of their experience. Stories twisted and turned, growing more elaborate with each retelling, an intricate web of fear and fascination that bound generations together. Even in the era of exploration, tales of sea monsters captured the imaginations of sailors. The great oceanographers, equipped with maps that hinted at vast uncharted territories, were just as likely to encounter the unknown as they were to discover new lands. The Leviathan remained a shadow in the depths, a reminder that no matter how far humanity advanced, there were still forces beyond comprehension waiting just beneath the surface. With the advent of science, many dismissed the legends, attributing the sightings of the Leviathan to misidentified whales, giant squids, or the tricks of the eye. But the stories persisted, echoing through time, weaving themselves into the fabric of cultures. The Leviathan became more than a creature. It was a symbol of humanity's struggle against the mighty sea, a testament to the awe and terror that the ocean inspires. In the swirling mists of folklore, the Leviathan and its kin continue to captivate. The ocean remains a source of mystery, a realm where the line between reality and myth blurs. Those who gaze out at the endless waters still feel that flicker of fear, a reminder of the monsters that lurk beneath. The thrill of the unknown beckons, and as long as tales are told, the Leviathan will never truly fade away, living on in the hearts and minds of those who dare to dream of what lies beneath the waves. And as night falls, the sea remains a living tapestry of stories waiting to be told, where legends collide with reality, and the echoes of the Leviathan ripple through the dark waters, forever entwined with the fate of humankind. The waters churn, and the moon hangs heavy, as if to say that the tale is far from over, and the Leviathan is always watching, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In a dimly lit tavern, where shadows danced like whispers on the walls, a group of weary travelers huddled around a flickering candle, their faces etched with uncertainty. The air was thick with the warmth of stolen moments and half-told tales. Outside, the howling wind echoed the chaos of a world grappling for order. It was a world where the Leviathan prowled, the monstrous embodiment of authority, lurking just beyond the reach of the light. Hobbes had birthed this creature in the pages of his seminal work, a beast born from humanity's darkest corners, and it rumbled with the weight of civilizations. The Leviathan was not merely a metaphor. It was a testament to the inherent tumult within the human soul, a stark reminder that without a sovereign to impose order, society would devolve into disarray. The candle flickered, casting eerie shapes, as the old man at the head of the table spoke of the time when men fought like feral beasts, driven by fear and greed. "Imagine," he croaked, "a world where every man is his own ruler, It would be a chaotic symphony of violence, with each note a desperate grasp for survival. The room fell silent, the air thick with tension, as they pictured it. An abyss where trust was a fragile thread, easily severed. In that moment, the Leviathan became more than a creature. It was a call to arms, a necessity for peace. The very idea sent shivers racing down spines, awakening a primal fear of what could be unleashed without governance. Hobbes argued that the Leviathan, a sovereign power, was essential to tame the wildness of humanity, to forge a collective strength from individual frailties. In his eyes, the Leviathan represented security, a protector against the tumult of human nature. Yet, even as the old man spoke, a flicker of doubt ignited the air. Would absolute power corrupt absolutely? The tale of the Leviathan was as much about salvation as it was about tyranny. As they wrestled with these thoughts, the tension in the room thickened, punctuated by the sound of clinking mugs and the distant clash of swords outside, a reminder of the fragile peace that hung by a thread. Around the table, each traveler embodied a different strain of political thought. There was the idealist, whose dreams of a just society clashed violently with the gritty reality of Hobbes' vision. The artist, with paint-stained hands, challenged the notion that fear should be the bedrock of governance. "Isn't there another way?" she asked, her voice trembling yet defiant. "Can't we build a society on love, not fear?" The old man regarded her with a mixture of pity and disdain. The conversations grew heated, a cacophony of ideas battling for dominance. Each voice became a thread in the tapestry of political philosophy, weaving a narrative that echoed through history. The tension was palpable as they grappled with the idea that without the Leviathan, humanity would return to the state of nature. A brutal, merciless expanse where life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Outside, the wind howled like a beast unleashed, as if echoing their internal struggles. The Leviathan had teeth, and it was hungry. The tales of tyranny whispered through the cracks in the tavern walls, tales of rulers who had wielded power like a sword, slicing through the lives of the innocent, all in the name of order. The shadows lengthened, and the flickering candle threatened to extinguish under the weight of their fears. In the corners of the room, the specters of history gathered Caesar, whose ambition had turned Rome into an empire and then a graveyard of dreams. The tyrants whose names had become synonymous with oppression. Each echoed the questions that hung in the air. How much power is too much? What happens when the Leviathan grows too large, too uncheckable? The artist's heart raced as the old man spoke of the social contract, a fragile agreement between the governed and the governor, the promise of protection in exchange for freedom, a trade that felt both necessary and sinister. She couldn't shake the feeling that the Leviathan, while a protector, could also become a monster, devouring the very freedoms it was meant to guard. As the night wore on, the conversation spiraled into a whirlwind of paradoxes. The fear of anarchy battled against the fear of tyranny. The candle flickered, casting shadows that seemed to swell and pulse with the energy of the debate. Each traveler felt the weight of history pressing down on them, a reminder that the Leviathan was not merely a figment of imagination, but a living, breathing force that had shaped entire nations. Outside, a sudden crash interrupted their thoughts. The door flew open, and a cloaked figure stumbled in, breathless and wide-eyed, as if they had just escaped the clutches of chaos. The room fell silent, all eyes on this newcomer, whose presence seemed to summon the very spirit of the Leviathan itself. The figure spoke of a kingdom on the brink of collapse, where the balance between order and chaos had tipped, and despair reigned supreme. With every word, the tension rose, electrifying the air, igniting a fire in the hearts of every listener. The stories of suffering were visceral, raw, and they sent chills down their spines. The Leviathan had failed in its duty to protect, and the consequences were catastrophic. As the figure recounted tales of rebellion and bloodshed, the travelers' hearts began to race. Here was the living embodiment of Hobbes' fear, the chaos that lay in wait, ready to pounce at the slightest crack in the Leviathan's facade. Each gasp from the audience echoed their own hidden fears, and in that moment, They understood the duality of the monster they had been discussing. The tavern buzzed with an energy that felt almost palpable, a tension that could unravel at any moment. The flickering candle dimmed, and the shadows writhed as the Leviathan loomed larger in their thoughts. A creature that could either save them from the abyss or drag them deeper into it. The air crackled with anxiety. The walls seemed to close in, and the question lingered, heavy and unyielding. Was it possible to tame the Leviathan, or would it always remain a terrifying necessity? In that charged atmosphere, the line between philosophy and reality blurred. The travelers found themselves at the precipice of understanding, caught in the inescapable grip of a world where the Leviathan ruled, and the echoes of their discussions began to resonate beyond the tavern's walls, forever entrapped in the cycle of power, fear, and the quest for meaning. When the storm rages and waves tower like mountains, there's a folklore that stirs in the hearts of sailors, an ancient beast lurking beneath the surface, waiting. The Leviathan, a creature of nightmares and wonder, has woven itself into the fabric of human imagination, casting shadows in both literature and the silver screen. This colossal being, often imagined as a serpent-like monster, represents humanity's deepest fears and aspirations, wrapping its massive coils around our psyche. In the depths of the ocean, the Leviathan swims through the ages, its presence felt in the works of writers and artists throughout history. From the pages of the Bible, where it is described as a fearsome creature created by God, to the ink of modern authors, it embodies the chaos and power of nature. The creature is not merely a monster. It symbolizes the struggles against the uncontrollable forces of life, a theme that resonates through countless narratives. Think of Moby Dick, where Herman Melville's white whale, while not a Leviathan in name, captures the same spirit of obsession and fear. Captain Ahab's pursuit of the great beast evokes a primal struggle, a man against nature, a fight that seems destined for tragedy. The ocean becomes a character in itself, reflecting Ahab's emotional turmoil, just as the Leviathan reflects humanity's darker instincts. Readers are thrust into Ahab's madness, sympathizing with the captain even as they shudder at his relentless ambition. The tension rises with every turn of the page, each moment more fraught than the last, as the boundaries between man and monster blur. Yet, the Leviathan doesn't just lurk in classic literature. It has taken countless forms in films, each portrayal rich with emotion and tension. Consider the terrifying visual of the massive creature in the animated film The Little Mermaid, where Ursula, the sea witch, embodies the darkness of the ocean. Her transformation into a monstrous figure, vast and intimidating, echoes the Leviathan's essence, a reminder of the power that lies beneath and the dangers of unchecked ambition. The film captures a sense of wonder while simultaneously invoking fear, creating a stunning juxtaposition that keeps audiences on the edge of their seats. In more recent times, the Leviathan's influences can be seen in blockbuster films like Pacific Rim, where colossal monsters rise from the ocean's depths, threatening humanity's existence. These creatures, reminiscent of the Leviathan, are manifestations of our modern fears, climate change, technology gone awry, and the sheer unpredictability of nature. The cinematography captures the awe and terror of these titanic battles. Every crash and roar is felt viscerally, sending shivers down spines and leaving audiences breathless. As viewers watch cities crumble under the weight of these monsters, they can't help but reflect on the fragility of human life against nature's might. Television series, too, have embraced the Leviathan. In Game of Thrones, the shadowy figure of the White Walkers serves as a metaphorical Leviathan, an unstoppable force threatening to engulf the world in darkness. The chilling imagery of the vast army advancing, accompanied by the stark cold of winter, taps into primal fears of the unknown and the inevitability of death. Characters grapple with their own humanity in the face of monstrous threats, blurring lines between good and evil, and evoking deep emotional responses from the audience. Viewers are left breathless, wondering who will survive and at what cost, the tension building until it feels almost unbearable. Yet, it is not just in terrifying tales that the Leviathan finds its voice. In the realm of fantasy literature, authors have painted the creature in hues of beauty and grace. In works like The Chronicles of Narnia, the sea itself becomes a character, with creatures that evoke the spirit of the Leviathan, guiding the protagonists on their quests. Here, the Leviathan is not simply a force of destruction but a guardian of ancient wisdom, reminding readers of the ocean's mysteries and the interconnectedness of all life. Video games, too, have drawn inspiration from this mythical beast. Titles like Shadow of the Colossus introduce players to gargantuan beings that evoke both awe and terror. As players navigate vast landscapes, faced with the task of defeating titanic foes, they confront the very essence of the Leviathan, the struggle against overwhelming odds and the search for purpose. Each battle is a dance of strategy and skill, the excitement coursing through players' veins as they face these majestic beings. The emotional stakes rise with each encounter, as players ponder the morality of their actions and the consequences that follow. Graphic novels have taken the Leviathan's narrative to new heights, blending stunning visuals with poignant storytelling. In stories like The Leviathan, the creature becomes a symbol of environmental peril, reflecting contemporary anxieties about our planet's well-being. The artwork captures the creature's grandeur and menace, a reminder that our actions ripple through the oceans, affecting the very fabric of life. Readers find themselves drawn into the story, their hearts racing as they contemplate the creature's fate intertwined with humanity's. As the Leviathan surges through popular culture, it remains a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and desires. Its presence elicits a spectrum of emotions, from terror to wonder, urging us to confront the unknown. Each representation, whether in literature, film, or other media, adds layers to the narrative, creating a complex tapestry of meaning that resonates across generations. And as the ocean roars and the storm clouds gather, the Leviathan still waits beneath the surface. The story is far from over. The waves crash, and the tension rises, leaving an unquenchable thirst for what lies ahead, where the next chapter promises to reveal even greater depths of emotion and drama. The sea is vast, and so too are the tales waiting to be told. The ocean's surface shimmered under the midday sun, an illusion of tranquility that belied the chaos lurking beneath. Once, these waters teemed with life. Silver schools of fish danced gracefully, vibrant corals flourished in colorful gardens, and the haunting songs of whales echoed through the deep. But now, the ocean is a graveyard, a vast expanse of sorrow wrapped in plastic and pollution, an orchestra of despair drowning beneath a cacophony of human disregard. In the 19th century, whalers hunted the majestic leviathans of the sea with little thought for their numbers. A single ship could yield bountiful catch, but as the years passed, the whispers of caution grew louder, warning of the inevitable depletion. Yet, the allure of profit drowned out those cries. With every harpoon thrown, the balance of nature was tipped, a tragic tale of greed that seemed endless. By the 20th century, the great whales had been driven to the brink, their songs silenced, their populations dwindling. The scars of this exploitation are not merely historical notes. They are the echoes of a dangerous truth that still resonate today. And then came the nets, massive trawlers, equipped with technology that could capture entire schools of fish, ventured further into the abyss, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. The seafloor, once alive with vibrant ecosystems, now lay bare, stripped of life, as if a cruel hand had swept across the ocean, erasing it from existence. Fishermen once revered the ocean, but as they cast their nets deeper and deeper, they found themselves grappling with a haunting realization. The very foundation of their livelihoods was crumbling beneath them. In the coastal towns, old fishermen reminisced about the days when they'd return with their boats teeming with fish. Their eyes glistened with memories, but the loss was palpable, an ache that ran deeper than the waters they fished. Children who once played by the shore now walked past plastic waste, their laughter replaced by a somber silence, a stark reminder of what was lost. The ocean, once a source of life, had morphed into a stranger, a vast blue expanse marred by human negligence. The 21st century ushered in a new wave of concern as scientists began to unveil the true extent of the damage. Coral reefs, the vibrant cities of the ocean, were dying at an alarming rate. Bleached and barren, these structures were less than a reflection of their former glory. the fragile balance of marine life hung by a thread, each piece interconnected in a delicate web of survival. The destruction of the reefs wasn't just an environmental loss. It was a blow to humanity itself. The food chain trembled, and with it, the very future of countless species, including our own, teetered on the edge. A visceral dread swept through communities worldwide as tides of change began rolling in. Climate change emerged as an indomitable force, casting a long shadow over the world's oceans. Rising temperatures turned the waters into an oven, causing chaos in the marine ecosystem. Fish that once thrived now fled to cooler depths, leaving fishermen with empty nets and empty hopes. The once reliable rhythms of the sea were out of sync, a dissonant melody that echoed the struggles of those who depended on it. As storms grew fiercer and more unpredictable, coastal towns faced the wrath of nature, reeling from hurricanes and rising tides that swallowed their homes. The ocean, once a bastion of life, had transformed into a relentless adversary, a reminder that it could reclaim what was taken from it. Every crashing wave seemed to carry the weight of history, a narrative woven with threads of ambition and folly. Yet amidst this turmoil, a flicker of resistance began to emerge. Activists rallied, their voices rising like a chorus against the tide of destruction. They stood on beaches littered with debris, their signs held high, demanding change. The urgency of their pleas pierced through the fog of indifference, igniting a spark of hope. But this fight was not just for the oceans. It was a battle for survival, an attempt to reconcile with the very lifeblood of the earth. In boardrooms, discussions shifted as sustainability became a hot topic. Companies that once turned a blind eye to environmental consequences began to reevaluate their practices. The promise of eco-friendly initiatives and sustainable fishing practices emerged, yet skepticism lingered. Was it too little, too late? The clock ticked relentlessly, and the stakes had never been higher. The fragile line between hope and despair hung in the balance as humanity grappled with its past actions. Beneath the surface, a silent revolution was brewing. Marine biologists and conservationists worked tirelessly, their hearts heavy but their spirits unyielding. They dove into the depths, cataloging the damage, documenting the changes, and sometimes discovering glimmers of resilience where life clung to the edges of survival. The ocean, it seemed, was not ready to give in completely. It still held secrets, whispers of recovery that could inspire generations to come. Yet, every story of hope was shadowed by the harsh reality of loss. As the world grappled with its relationship with the oceans, the specter of extinction loomed ever closer. The narrative twisted and turned, a complicated dance between the beauty and the brutality of nature. The tales of the great Leviathans, the vibrant reefs, and the colorful fish were at risk of fading into obscurity, mere memories in a world too focused on the present. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the water, the ocean heaved a sigh, a reminder of its enduring presence. It beckoned with both promise and peril, a testament to the duality of life itself. History had taught harsh lessons, but perhaps it was not too late. The waves invited humanity to listen, to learn, and to act before it was too late. For within the depths of those waters lay a powerful truth. The future of the oceans was intertwined with the fate of all living things. The battle for survival continued, a persistent and poignant struggle against the tides of time. The storm raged outside, wind howling like a banshee intent on tearing the world apart. In the flickering candlelight of a small, dimly lit study, an ancient tome lay open, its pages yellowed and worn. The words, scrawled in archaic script, breathed life into a creature of legend, the Leviathan. It was a monster of the deep, a beast that haunted the dreams of sailors, igniting their imaginations and fears. But was it mere myth, or could it be something more tangible? As the candle sputtered, casting ghostly shadows across the walls, the storm outside mirrored the tumult within the hearts of those who pondered the Leviathan's existence. For centuries, scholars and adventurers had grappled with the question: was the Leviathan a terrifying figment of human imagination or a reality lurking beneath the waves? The tension was palpable, thick enough to slice through, as history blurred the lines between myth and reality. In the early 17th century, Thomas Hobbes painted the Leviathan not just as a creature of the sea but as a symbol for the very nature of humanity and governance. To Hobbes, this monstrous entity represented the state, powerful, enigmatic, and essential for order. He compared it to the governing body, suggesting that people willingly submit to authority for protection, much like sailors surrender to the vast, unpredictable ocean. In his world, the Leviathan was not merely a beast but a complex metaphor, stirring emotions of awe, fear, and a strange sense of security. Fast forward to the Age of Enlightenment, a period ignited by curiosity and reason. Naturalists, armed with the tools of observation and inquiry, sought to unearth the truths hidden in the fabric of the natural world. The great explorers embarked on voyages, their ships slicing through uncharted waters, eyes wide with wonder and anxiety. They encountered colossal sea creatures, giants that seemed to leap from the pages of myth into the harsh glare of reality. The very mention of a giant squid or a massive whale sent shivers down their spines. Were these magnificent beasts the remnants of the Leviathan? In the early 1800s, a whaling ship off the coast of New England spotted something astonishing. Crew members, their hearts racing, described a creature with the power to bring down ships, a massive, serpentine figure that twisted and turned in the waves. The ship's log recorded every detail, each word a heartbeat echoing the terror and fascination of the moment. As the news spread, the line between the imagined Leviathan and the tangible world blurred even further. But skepticism loomed like a storm cloud. The scientific community wrestled with the weight of myth versus reality. Naturalists such as Sir Richard Owen and others dissected the creatures of the sea, desperate to classify and understand them, yet finding it difficult to separate fact from fantasy. Each discovery sparked debates, excitement mixed with trepidation as new species emerged from the depths. Was this the Leviathan they sought, or merely another layer in the tapestry of nature's wonders? The atmosphere crackled with tension as the 19th century marched on. The fascination with sea monsters reached a fever pitch. The Leviathan, once a symbol of chaos and the unknown, became a subject of ridicule for some and an object of obsession for others. Libraries overflowed with accounts of giant sea serpents, tales that pulled at the strings of fear and wonder alike. People gathered around fires, their faces illuminated by the warm glow, sharing stories of fishermen who vanished, swallowed whole by the mythical beast. Such tales sparked a blend of thrill and dread among listeners, drawing them deeper into the lore of the Leviathan. But the more the scientific community sought to demystify the ocean's depths, the more elusive the truth became. The discoveries of deep-sea creatures, strange, bioluminescent beings that shone like stars in the blackness, only intensified the haunting question. Scientists like Edward Forbes bravely ventured into the abyss, their hearts pounding with the thrill of the unknown. They hoped to find answers, yet every new finding seemed to beckon more questions. Could the Leviathan still lurk beneath the waves, or had it retreated into a realm where science held no sway? As the 20th century dawned, the ocean's murky waters continued to conceal secrets, and the Leviathan morphed into a symbol of humanity's own fears and aspirations. The monstrous figure evolved, taking on new forms in literature and film, from the mighty kraken that haunted sailors' dreams to the terrifying depths of Jaws. Each depiction stirred the primal emotions of terror and intrigue. The Leviathan became a reflection of societal anxieties, a manifestation of what lay beneath, both in the ocean and within the human psyche. The scientific discourse surrounding the Leviathan was charged with passion and controversy. It swirled like the tumultuous waves, crashing against the shore of understanding. Voices rose and fell like the tide, some defending the myth, while others insisted on the supremacy of scientific reasoning. The argument echoed through debates, lectures, and papers, a cacophony of ideas that kept the spirit of inquiry alive. The Leviathan was no longer just a creature. It was a battleground for the very essence of knowledge and belief. Then came the oceanic expeditions of the late 20th century, where submersibles plunged into the abyss. The hearts of scientists raced with the thrill of discovery as they ventured where no human had gone before. Each dive was a chance to confront the fears that the Leviathan had come to symbolize. Were they about to uncover the truth or face their own nightmares? The anticipation was electric, a current running through the very fabric of human curiosity. As the last remnants of the storm faded outside the study, a new wave of understanding washed over those who dared to confront the myth. The lines began to blur once again, as whispers of ancient legends mingled with the cold, hard facts of science. The Leviathan continued to exist, both as a creature of the deep and a metaphor for the chaos of human existence. With every passing moment, the allure of the unknown intertwined with the quest for knowledge, creating an unbreakable bond, a tension that fed the flame of curiosity, urging humanity forward. The storm outside might have calmed, but the storm within, that insatiable hunger for truth, raged on, propelling the discourse into uncharted territories, where myth and reality danced in an eternal embrace. The night was still, cloaked in a shroud of darkness that made every noise feel amplified. A single lantern flickered on a weathered table, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits. In this dimly lit room, a figure sat hunched over a stack of old texts, the yellowed pages whispering stories of ancient fear and fascination. This figure, a scholar, knew that within the pages lay the heart of something both terrifying and enlightening, a creature of myths, the Leviathan. The Leviathan was more than just a beast of the sea. It was a symbol, a metaphor that cast ripples through the waters of human psychology. Its form was massive, an embodiment of chaos and control, lurking in the depths of the psyche. Each time a person felt overwhelmed by their emotions, it was as if the Leviathan stirred, its presence reminding them of the powerlessness that lay in surrendering to the tides of life. Throughout history, civilizations had grappled with the notion of this monstrous entity. From the ancient Israelites who spoke of it in the Book of Job to the philosophers of the Enlightenment who sought to contain it within the bounds of reason, the Leviathan represented the struggle between the governed and the governing. This beast was not just a figment of imagination. It was a reflection of the human condition, a mirror that revealed the darkness and turbulence within. Every scholar who studied the Leviathan found a piece of themselves mirrored back. The terror of losing control, the yearning for order in a chaotic world. These themes resonated deeply. Sigmund Freud, sitting in his austere Vienna office, may have envisioned the Leviathan as the idea, that primal force within us all, demanding satisfaction without regard for consequence. It was a raging storm beneath the placid surface of society, ready to erupt if left unchecked. Each breath he took was a reminder of the tension between civilization's expectations and the wild desires lurking just beneath the surface. And then there were the existentialists, who viewed the Leviathan not as a monster to be tamed but as a partner in the dance of life's absurdity. Jean-Paul Sartre might have likened it to the anxiety that gnawed at the edges of human existence, the dread of freedom that left one paralyzed before the vast and indifferent universe. The Leviathan loomed large, evoking feelings of helplessness and despair, yet within that dread lay the potential for liberation. In the shadows of that flickering lantern, the scholar turned another page, revealing images of sailors lost at sea, their faces etched with the horror of the unknown. Each illustration was a reminder of the anxiety that gripped humanity. The oceans were vast and unforgiving, much like the mind, where the Leviathan swam freely, feasting on insecurities, fears, and unfulfilled desires. The battle against this creature was timeless, echoing through the ages, resonating like the tolling of a bell in the silence of night. What if the Leviathan wasn't just a singular entity? Perhaps it was a collection of all the fears that plagued the human soul: failure, rejection, loneliness. The depths of the ocean seemed a fitting metaphor for the subconscious, where thoughts and feelings swirled, sometimes crashing against each other like ferocious waves. This interplay between control and chaos fueled the imagination of countless writers and thinkers, prompting them to question the very nature of existence. As the scholar turned another page, the temperature dropped, a shiver racing down their spine. The night outside grew darker, shadows creeping along the walls, as if the Leviathan itself was inching closer, its presence felt in the chill. The air was thick with anticipation, the tension palpable. One could almost hear the roar of the creature, a sound that resonated with the primal fears hidden deep within. A sudden crash of thunder echoed outside, and the scholar jumped, heart racing. Images of sailors clinging to their ships flashed in their mind. The storm was a metaphor too, a reminder of the chaotic forces that could shatter the delicate piece of life at any moment. The Leviathan was not just an ancient text but a living entity, influencing thoughts and actions, fueling the flames of creation and destruction alike. What was it that frightened them most? Was it the thought of succumbing to the Leviathan's embrace, of losing themselves in the depths of despair? Or was it the fear of confronting their own inner chaos, of taming the beast that resided within? Questions swirled like the storm outside, each one a wave crashing over the vessel of their mind. With trembling hands, the scholar reached for the next text, an interpretation by a modern psychologist who likened the Leviathan to the collective unconscious. It was here, in the quiet moments of reflection, that the Leviathan transformed from a feared monster into a complex tapestry of human experience. Each thread woven into the design was a story, a fear, a hope. The pages vibrated with the energy of those who had come before, who had stared into the abyss and found meaning amid the chaos. The flickering lantern cast one last quivering light, illuminating the scholar's face as realization washed over them. A surge of emotion that was both exhilarating and terrifying. The Leviathan was not just a monster waiting to consume. It was a guide, leading the way through the storm. And as the thunder rumbled louder, the scholar felt a surge of courage rising within, igniting the spark of resilience in the face of the unknown. Outside, the waves crashed violently against the shore, a reminder of the chaos that could be unleashed at any moment. The Leviathan was always present, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise up and challenge the status quo. And yet, it was this very threat that fueled the will to fight, to understand, to coexist with the monstrous forces that shaped existence. As the night deepened, the scholar knew they were on the brink of something profound. The Leviathan, with all its complexity and terror, was not just a creature of myth but an eternal part of the human experience, a force that beckoned them to confront their deepest fears and desires. And as the storm raged outside, there was an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, for understanding, for the threads that would weave the next chapter of this relentless tale. In the dim light of a cramped room, a young woman sat curled up in a faded armchair, her breath quickening as shadows danced along the walls. A storm raged outside, thunder rumbling ominously, echoing the chaos within her mind. She felt a presence, like a colossal creature, lurking just beneath the surface of her consciousness. A Leviathan, if you will. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, would have leaned in closer, his sharp gaze piercing through the veil of her thoughts. Freud believed that this Leviathan, this formidable beast, represented the primal instincts that lurked within every human being. It was unbridled desire, the idea raw and powerful, pushing against the boundaries of societal norms. For Freud, the journey was about confrontation. The patient must wrestle with this monster, bringing its chaos into the light of reason, where it could be tamed. The Leviathan was not merely a foe. It was a part of her, demanding recognition, waiting to erupt like the storm outside. As the woman closed her eyes, she felt the weight of her repressed fears and desires pressing down on her. Each memory, each emotion, came crashing into her like waves against the shore. Was her longing for love simply a reflection of her need for approval? Was her anger a mere shadow of the vulnerabilities she refused to face? Freud's focus on the unconscious illuminated a path through the murky waters of her mind, offering her a glimmer of hope amidst the tempest. But then, a different voice whispered through the storm, the voice of Carl Jung. Jung, once a devoted disciple of Freud, had grown to see the Leviathan in a broader light. For him, it was not just the chaotic idea, but rather an archetype, a symbol of the collective unconscious shared by humanity. To Jung, this creature was a manifestation of the great mysteries of life, representing both our fears and our potential. The woman could almost hear Jung speaking, urging her to embrace the shadows within. He believed that the Leviathan was not merely to be tamed but understood. What if this monstrous creation of her mind was not a threat but a guide? What if, in acknowledging its power, she could unlock her true self? The idea sent chills down her spine, a shiver of both fear and exhilaration. In Jung's world, the Leviathan thrived in dreams and myths, where it swam through the deepest oceans of the psyche. The creature took on different forms, sometimes a dragon, sometimes a serpent, each representing a different aspect of the human experience. The emotions it stirred were not to be feared, but welcomed as essential parts of the journey toward individuation, the process of becoming whole. Underneath the chaos, there lay a treasure, wisdom waiting to be uncovered. As a flash of lightning illuminated the room, the woman felt the tension build within her. Freud and Jung, their theories dancing in her mind, sparked a newfound awareness. She realized that her pain, her struggles, were not isolated battles but part of a larger narrative woven through generations. Her family had faced the Leviathan, each in their own way, each carrying the weight of unspoken stories. This connection ignited a fire within her, a drive to confront her personal Leviathan, to understand it, to learn from it. The storm intensified outside, rattling the windows and making her heart race. In that moment, she became acutely aware of the choices laid before her. Should she cower in fear, letting the creature consume her, or should she reach deep into her psyche, embracing the chaos as a gateway to transformation? Freud's insistence on confrontation echoed in her ears, yet Jung's gentle whisper urged her to listen to the deeper meanings hidden within her shadows. That night, she began to write, pouring out her fears, her desires, and her dreams onto the pages. The ink flowed like the rain outside, each word a step toward liberation. The Leviathan writhed within her, its power palpable, yet she felt a strange sense of calm wash over her. By acknowledging its presence, she could transform her fear into a tool for growth. With each stroke of her pen, the storm outside began to subside, mirroring the quiet revolution within her. She would not run from the Leviathan. She would become its ally. Freud and Jung had illuminated a path through the darkness, and she was ready to embrace the journey ahead. As dawn broke, the first light of day spilled into the room, casting away the shadows of the night. The Leviathan was still there, lurking, waiting, but it no longer felt like a monster. It had become a part of her story, a complex tapestry woven with threads of fear, love, anger, and hope. And so, the tale continued, a rich exploration of the psyche that would unfold in layers, each more profound than the last. In the depths of her mind, another storm was brewing, one that would lead her into uncharted territory, a realm where the Leviathan roamed free, nudging at her edges, whispering secrets, daring her to uncover the depths of her own humanity. As she ventured forth, the echo of Freud and Jung lingered, guiding her through the labyrinth of her own soul, where shadows danced and light flickered, forever entwined in a dance as old as time. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows danced on the walls as the clamor of the outside world faded. A single candle flickered, casting an eerie glow that seemed to pulse with life. Here, in this space, sat Thomas Hobbes, cool poised over parchment, wrestling with an idea that would send tremors through the very foundation of society. The fear of chaos, the dread of the unknown, loomed over him like a great beast ready to strike. This fear, he began to understand, was the glue that held humanity together, a force as powerful as the Leviathan itself. Hobbes envisioned the Leviathan as a colossal creature, an embodiment of the state, rising from the depths of human nature. It was both protector and oppressor, a paradox that sparked questions as old as civilization itself. What happens when fear reigns? How far would people go to avoid the chaos of a world without order? The room was thick with the weight of these thoughts, vibrating with the pulse of history. As he wrote, he could almost hear the echoes of revolutions, the cries of the oppressed, the silent shudders of those caught between hope and despair. History had shown time and again that fear could shape societies. Take, for instance, the reign of terror during the French Revolution, where paranoia gripped the hearts of the citizens. The guillotine became a symbol of both justice and dread, a stark reminder that fear could turn even the most innocent into prey. People whispered in corners, their eyes darting, knowing that one misstep could lead them to the chopping block. Hobbes understood that in such times, individuals willingly surrendered their rights to a sovereign, trusting that the monstrous Leviathan would protect them from the chaos lurking beyond. But was safety worth the price of freedom? From the blood-soaked streets of Paris to the cobblestone alleyways of London, societies were bound by this shared emotion, the very essence of what Hobbes pointed to in his writings. The horrors of war, the unpredictability of nature, and the looming shadow of death were constant reminders that fear was not just an emotion. It was a catalyst for change and control. Nations grew from the ashes of fear, often rising with iron fists, promising peace while cloaked in tyranny. Imagine the villagers huddled together in the heart of medieval Europe, whispering tales of witches and demons. The fear of the supernatural was all-consuming, leading to witch hunts that claimed countless lives. Neighbors turned against one another, driven by the belief that the devil walked among them. These fears, deeply ingrained in the collective psyche, allowed the Leviathan to thrive, demanding obedience and sanctioning violence in the name of purity and salvation. Each accusation bolstered the structure of the state, illustrating how fear could be weaponized to control the masses. In another time, the streets of Salem bore witness to the terrifying grip of fear. Hysteria swept through the town like wildfire, igniting the imaginations of the people. The cries of the afflicted echoed through the air, and suddenly, everyone was suspect. Friends turned against friends, and the very fabric of the community unraveled under the weight of paranoia. The Leviathan thrived in this environment, feeding on the chaos that ensued. Hobbes would have watched in horror and fascination, knowing this was the manifestation of his thoughts, the state rising amidst the terror that gripped the hearts of the people. The implications of such fear extended far beyond individual lives. They seeped into the very structures of governance. The rise of authoritarian regimes around the globe echoed the sentiments Hobbes had laid bare. In the 20th century, dictators manipulated fear to solidify their rule, using propaganda and intimidation to maintain power. From Stalin's purges in the Soviet Union to Hitler's reign in Germany, the Leviathan took on monstrous proportions, swallowing dissent and crushing hope under its iron heel. People were left cowering in the shadows, afraid to speak out, afraid to dream. The specter of the Leviathan loomed large, demanding loyalty in exchange for the illusion of safety. However, fear is a double-edged sword. Hobbes recognized that while it could bind society together, it also held the potential to fracture it. The more oppressive the state, the more likely the people would rise against it. Revolutions sparked not solely from hope, but often from the suffocating grip of fear itself. The very essence of rebellion was laced with the desire for liberation from the Leviathan's chains. The American Revolution, fueled by the fear of tyranny, became a beacon of change, proving that even in the darkest of times, sparks of courage could ignite a wildfire. But what of the aftermath? The landscape of a society deeply scarred by fear would not effortlessly transform into one of freedom and joy. A battered populace, once united by the horrors of oppression, might find itself adrift, grappling with uncertainty. The Leviathan, having tasted power, would not easily relinquish its grip. It was a dance of fear and freedom, a constant struggle as old as humanity itself, echoing through the ages. As the candle flickered lower, Hobbes finished his thoughts, a weight pressing upon him. The implications of fear were vast, stretching across time and space, weaving through the fabric of society. The shadows in the room seemed to grow longer, whispering secrets of past and future. The legacy of fear would never truly fade. It would morph, change form, and adapt, but it would never vanish. The Leviathan lurked, ready to emerge again, and with it, the fears that bound humanity together. In the silence that followed, Hobbes felt the cold breath of history against his neck, a reminder that the story was far from over. The pages of time continued to turn, each one a reflection of the struggles and triumphs of those who came before and those who would follow. The The dance between the Leviathan and the fear it invoked was set to continue, an unbroken cycle that held the world in its thrall. And just outside that flickering candlelight, the shadows stirred in anticipation of what would come next. A great shadow loomed over the minds of men during the Renaissance, a shadow as vast and terrifying as the oceans themselves. The Leviathan, often described as a monstrous sea creature, served not just as a symbol of chaos, but as a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest fears and desires. Its very name echoed through the corridors of thought like a ghost, stirring unease and fascination. In a time when the boundaries of science, philosophy, and art collided, the Leviathan morphed into more than just a beast of the sea. It became a representation of the state, a living embodiment of power and control. Thomas Hobbes, a towering figure of this era, wielded the Leviathan in his writings as a metaphor for the absolute authority needed to maintain peace and order amidst the tumult of human nature. His famous image of the creature, with its body formed of countless subjects, each individual a tiny part of a greater whole, forced people to confront the uncomfortable truth that they were, in a way, willingly surrendering their freedoms to the state for the sake of safety. The tension between individual will and collective power rippled through the ink of Renaissance thinkers. They grappled with the very essence of existence, each stroke of the pen a battle between the desire for liberty and the fear of chaos. The Leviathan, monstrous and magnificent, was a reminder that the natural world was not just beautiful, but also ruthless and unforgiving. It whispered to them about the struggle for survival, about a world where the strong could crush the weak, a world where might made right. As the sun set on the cobbled streets of Renaissance cities, artists and scholars gathered in dimly lit taverns, sharing their thoughts over cups of rich ale. The flickering candlelight danced upon their faces, casting shadows that hinted at the darker themes of their discourse. Conversations flowed like the ink on their parchment, passionate, fervent, sometimes explosive. They debated whether man was inherently good or evil, whether society should be governed by reason or fear. In this charged atmosphere, the Leviathan was more than a subject of debate. It was a living entity, a beast lurking in the depths of their minds, waiting for its moment to rise. Some spoke of the Leviathan as a guardian, a protector of the realm that could shield them from the chaos of the outside world. Others saw it as a tyrant, a creature that demanded subjugation and silence from those it ruled. The tension crackled in the air, thick and palpable, each perspective battling for dominance. The fear of the beast's wrath intertwined with the longing for freedom, creating an emotional landscape fraught with contradiction. Hints of the creature's power seeped into literature, giving voice to a collective anxiety that pulsed through the veins of society. In the works of Spencer and Milton, the Leviathan emerged as both a threat and a symbol of divine order, a creature that could bring about destruction or salvation depending on its master. The lines separating good from evil blurred, making readers question their own beliefs and assumptions. As they turned the pages, a chill crept into their souls, igniting a fire of curiosity that would not be easily extinguished. Art echoed these themes, with painters capturing the Leviathan's essence in swirling, chaotic strokes. Their canvases portrayed the beast not just as a creature of nightmares, but as an allegory for the political landscape of the time. They painted it as a giant that towered over the puny figures of men, its scales glistening like the wealth and power that could corrupt even the purest of hearts. The emotion in these works was raw, stirring something deep within those who gazed upon them, making them question their own place in a world ruled by such a being. Poets of the Renaissance also found inspiration in the Leviathan, crafting verses that weaved together the beauty and terror of this monstrous figure. Their words had the power to evoke goosebumps, drawing readers into a world where the beast became a companion to their thoughts, guiding them through the labyrinth of human emotion. The haunting imagery of the creature, lurking just beneath the surface, resonated with the fears of a society teetering on the brink of change. With each retelling and reimagining, the Leviathan morphed, shifting in form and meaning. It was a chameleon of sorts, adapting to the fears and hopes of a changing world. The monster called forth questions that had no easy answers, questions about the nature of power, the fragility of civilization, and the darkness that lay within the human heart. As the Renaissance unfolded, the Leviathan became a powerful symbol of that struggle, a reflection of society's deepest anxieties, as well as its most profound aspirations. As the night deepened, the flickers of candlelight grew dimmer, but the spirit of the Renaissance would not be extinguished. The Leviathan continued to rise from the depths of literature, a creature that both terrified and captivated. The echoes of its roars reverberated through the minds of those who dared to engage with its mythos, creating a tapestry of thoughts and emotions that intertwined art, literature, and philosophy. The whispers of the Leviathan would not fade into silence. They would linger, as did the passionate debates that filled the taverns and salons. The creature became a lens through which the world was viewed, a powerful reminder of the complexities of authority, freedom, and the human condition. It urged everyone to confront their own fears, to grapple with the chaos of existence. As dawn broke, spilling light onto the cobblestones, the Leviathan continued to haunt the collective consciousness of the time, leaving those who had dared to ponder its existence forever changed. The beast that once lurked beneath the waves had risen to the surface, reshaping the landscape of thought and provoking questions that would ripple through history, echoing long after the final stroke of the pen. The dialogue continued, unending, a testament to the power of imagination and the enduring legacy of the Leviathan, whose story was not yet complete. In the shadows of ancient texts, the Leviathan lurked, a whispered legend that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to speak its name. This colossal beast, a creature woven of chaos and power, had a grip on the imaginations of many cultures across time and space. It wasn't just a singular monster. It was a reflection of humanity's fears and hopes, a tempestuous force that held the ocean's depths in its grasp. In the cold waters of the north, Viking sailors spun tales of a beast that could swallow ships whole. They spoke of a creature with scales like iron and eyes that gleamed like burning coals. To them, the Leviathan was a harbinger of storms, an omen that could turn a peaceful voyage into a battle for survival. The very thought of it sent a chill through their bones as they huddled around fires, recounting the tales of their fathers and grandfathers. "Stay close to the land," a weathered old man would warn, his voice low and gravelly, for the Leviathan waits beneath the waves, ready to drag the unwary into the abyss. Far to the south, in the lands of Mesopotamia, the creature took on a different form. Here, it was not just a beast of the sea, but a symbol of chaos and disorder. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Leviathan, known as Tiamat, was a primordial force that battled the gods, embodying the very chaos from which the world was formed. The ancient Sumerians viewed Tiamat with equal parts fear and reverence, understanding that from chaos comes creation. They inscribed tales of her ferocity on clay tablets, describing how she unleashed her monstrous offspring upon the world, a reminder of the thin line between order and chaos. Across the Mediterranean, the Leviathan morphed again. In Jewish folklore, it became a creature of the deep, a guardian of the waters, and a symbol of divine power. The Talmud spoke of the Leviathan as being so large that it could block out the sun, its very presence a testament to God's might. In this tradition, the Leviathan was not merely a villain to be vanquished. It was a creature destined for greatness, to be served at the end of days, a feast for the righteous. As scholars debated the significance of the creature, children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the Leviathan's splendor. In the Caribbean, the Leviathan's essence seeped into the folklore of the islands, manifesting as the fearsome loup-garou, a shape-shifting creature that could transform into a monstrous fish. Sailors recounted stories of encounters with this beast, their voices trembling as they described the feeling of being watched by something ancient and powerful lurking just below the surface. The Caribbean waters, with their vibrant colors and hidden dangers, became a playground for this creature, a reminder of the unpredictable nature of the ocean. In the heart of Africa, the stories of the Leviathan took on a different hue. In the tales of the Dogon people, the creature was tied to the night sky, a celestial being that danced among the stars. It was a symbol of both fear and guidance, a reminder that the universe is filled with mysteries yet to be understood. The elders would gather children around a fire, their faces illuminated by flickering flames, as they told of the Leviathan's journey through the cosmos, connecting the earthbound to the divine. The children's eyes would widen with wonder, their hearts racing at the thought of such a magnificent creature soaring across the night sky. In Asia, the Leviathan echoed through the waters of the east, taking on the form of the dragon, an emblem of strength and wisdom. In Chinese mythology, dragons are revered as benevolent guardians of water, embodying the very spirit of the ocean. Yet, beneath this admiration lay the same fear of chaos represented by the Leviathan. The dragon's power was a dual-edged sword. It could bring life with rain or unleash devastation with floods. Festivals celebrated their might, knitting communities together in a tapestry of reverence and awe, as colorful kites danced against the sky, mimicking the dragons that soared above. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, the stories of the Leviathan echoed through time, morphing and evolving, each culture adding its own brushstrokes to the canvas of folklore. Generations passed down tales, from the roaring fires of Viking longhouses to the quiet whispers of African villages, each account adding texture and depth to the mythos. It was a creature that transcended borders, uniting humanity in its fears, frustrations, and hopes. In the modern era, the Leviathan has emerged once more, not just in books and movies, but in the very real depths of the oceans we explore today. Scientists speak of the mysteries of the deep, where creatures larger than life swim in the dark, forgotten by time. The Leviathan, now a metaphor for the unknown, resonates in our collective consciousness, reminding us that there remain wonders and dangers yet to be discovered beneath the waves. And so, as the legends continue to ripple through culture, the Leviathan remains a fascinating embodiment of the human experience. Each retelling breathes new life into the old stories, weaving a complex tapestry of nature's awe and terror. As the wind howls and waves crash against rocky shores, the whispers of the Leviathan echo in the hearts of those who listen. Unbeknownst to them, they are part of a larger story, one that connects generations. A tale that is far from over, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The night was thick with fog, a swirling mist that cloaked the harbor in an eerie silence. Lanterns flickered like distant stars, casting pale light on the water, where shadows danced just beneath the surface. This was a world where sailors whispered tales, where the unknown lurked in every wave. One fateful evening, a fisherman named Elias spotted a ripple that sliced through the stillness, a monstrous shape moving with a grace that belied its size. His heart raced, a primal fear gripping him. Could it be the Leviathan, the beast of nightmares? For centuries, the oceans have held secrets that could chill the bravest of souls. Histories are splashed with accounts of gargantuan sea creatures that haunted the dreams of mariners. From the icy waters of the Arctic to the warm currents of the Mediterranean, these legends have echoed through the ages, capturing imaginations and igniting fears. Sailors returning from perilous voyages spoke of serpentine forms twisting beneath their ships, their eyes glinting like polished stones, their massive bodies leaving trails of foam in their wake. The ancient Greeks believed in the Kraken, a titan of the deep, said to dwell off the coast of Norway. Tales were spun in dark taverns where men shared their fears over frothy mugs of ale. The Kraken was not just a creature. It was a harbinger of doom, a reminder of nature's unyielding power. When ships vanished without a trace, the Kraken was the first thought. A beast pulling them down, a reminder that not all who sailed could return. The very mention of its name sent shivers through the hearts of those who trusted the sea. The Norse sagas told of Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, so vast it encircled the earth. Born from the trickster god Loki, it was destined to battle Thor during Ragnarok. As the thunder god prepared for that fateful day, the serpent's presence loomed large in the minds of the people, a symbol of chaos and the unknown. Can you imagine standing at the edge of the fjord, feeling the chill of the wind, and knowing that somewhere beneath the waves lay a creature capable of swallowing the world? Across the oceans, in the annals of the Caribbean, stories emerged of the chupacabra of the sea, the lusca. This half-shark, half-octopus creature became a cautionary tale for fishermen, a ghost of the waters that could drag men into the depths. The legends were told around campfires, tales that would make the hair on the back of your neck stand on end. Fishermen would cast their nets, glancing nervously over their shoulders, wondering if the Lusca was lurking just out of sight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In the 19th century, the narrative of sea monsters took a turn. The advent of science began to chip away at the myths, yet even the most educated minds could not dismiss the strange findings in the ocean's abyss. The crew of the HMS Daedalus reported a sighting of an enormous creature off the coast of St. Helena in 1848. A beast so remarkable that it sparked debates between scientists and skeptics. Was it a giant squid or something far more sinister? The ship was a mere speck against the vastness of the ocean, and the thought of being preyed upon by a creature that defied comprehension sent waves of dread through the crew's hearts. Then there was the tale of the sea serpent reported in the late 1800s near Newport, Rhode Island. Witnesses claimed to see a long, undulating shape breaking the surface of the water. The descriptions were enough to send ripples through the scientific community. Was it a myth or merely the misinterpretation of a whale? Yet doubts lingered. The water, dark and unfathomable, held its breath, and so did those who dared to gaze into its depths. With every sighting, every whispered story, the ocean's mysteries grew, feeding the fires of imagination. In 1934, the Loch Ness Monster, a creature thought to be a prehistoric survivor, captured the world's attention. While not a sea monster in the traditional sense, the idea of such beings existing in the depths added another layer to the collective fear. Could there be more? What else lay hidden, waiting to be revealed? The legend of the Bunyip, a creature from Australian Aboriginal mythology, hints at the deep-seated fears humans have about the water. Described as a mix between a crocodile and a horse, this creature lurked in swamps and rivers, its eerie calls echoing in the night. Elders recounted tales that sent shudders through young children, warning them to stay away from the water's edge. The fear was not merely of the creature itself but of what lay beneath the surface, a reminder that nature is a force that must be respected. As these tales spread and evolved, they took on lives of their own. Artists illustrated their interpretations, and writers wove intricate stories around them, creating a tapestry of wonder and terror. The Leviathan became more than just a creature. It transformed into a metaphor for humanity's struggle against the unexplainable forces of nature. With each retelling, the tension grew, a constant reminder that the vast blue expanse could hold wonders and horrors alike. In every corner of the world, the memory of these monsters echoed, stirring emotions deep within the soul. The sea, with its unpredictable temperament, has always been a source of both solace and fear. It invites exploration but warns against hubris. The stories, passed down through generations, became a part of the cultural fabric, resonating with anyone who dared to look into the depths. Those who shared the stories felt their hearts race, an exhilarating mix of fear and fascination, tethered to the unknown. At the edge of each tale lies a truth. The ocean is alive, teeming with mysteries. And within those dark waters, monsters may still roam, waiting for the moment when the waves part and the truth is revealed. As the lanterns flicker and the fog thickens, the pulse of the sea quickens, whispering secrets only the bravest dare to chase. In the depths of memory, the Leviathan stirs, a reminder that the past is never truly gone. A storm raged outside, the wind howling like a banshee, rattling the windows of a quaint colonial home. Inside, the warm glow of candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced across the walls, illuminating faces twisted in anxiety and anticipation. This was a time when the very fabric of society was stitched together with threads of power, fear, and identity. The Leviathan loomed large over them, a creature born of ink and imagination, yet so real it felt as if it could reach out and grasp their throats. In this tension-filled atmosphere, the air thick with unspoken words, the writings of Thomas Hobbes echoed through the minds of many. Hobbes painted a picture of a world where a powerful sovereign, the Leviathan, ruled with an iron fist. This monster symbolized authority, an embodiment of the state that demanded loyalty and submission. The colonists, grappling with their own identities, found themselves trapped in a tug-of-war between the ancient monarchies of Europe and their own fledgling aspirations for freedom. As the candles flickered, A young woman named Eliza sat with a leather-bound book clutched in her hands, her fingers tracing the embossed title on the cover, Leviathan. The pages, yellowed with age, whispered secrets of governance and control, of the delicate balance between order and chaos. Eliza felt the weight of those words, heavy with the understanding that power could both protect and suffocate. She could hear the distant thunder rumbling, a reminder that nature itself was an uncontrollable force, much like the authority that sought to govern her life. Outside, the settlers were restless. They gathered in small groups, their voices rising and falling like the waves crashing against the shore. Each man and woman harbored a burning desire for autonomy, yet they were acutely aware that their very existence hinged on the whims of distant rulers. The Leviathan had stirred again. The news of taxes, tariffs, and oppressive mandates poured in from England, igniting a fire in the hearts of the colonists. They longed for a voice, a means to express their discontent, a chance to reshape their identity. As Eliza turned the pages, she read about the social contract, a notion that made her pulse quicken. It proposed that individuals give up certain freedoms in exchange for protection from the chaos of the world. But what if the protector became the oppressor? The idea twisted in her mind like the vines creeping up the walls of her home. Was the Leviathan merely a guardian, or had it metamorphosed into a beast that devoured its creators? That very question bubbled in the hearts of many. A local tavern became a hotbed of revolutionary thought, where men and women gathered, fueled by ale and fervor. They spoke in hushed tones of independence and rights, their dreams mingling with the smoke from burning logs. Each round of drinks carried their hopes higher, yet a cold shiver ran through them as they recognized the shadows of the Leviathan lurking just beyond their reach, a specter of power that would not easily relinquish its grip. In the corners of that room, old men recalled stories of tyrannical kings, while young men envisioned a new world, one where the voice of the people could roar louder than the thunder. They recited verses from pamphlets that circulated like wildfire, each word a spark igniting a revolution. The tension was palpable. Every heartbeat echoed the cries for liberty. Eliza, inspired by the voices of her peers, felt a surge of determination. She decided to join them, to shed the fears that had clung to her like damp fog. The Leviathan might have its jaws wide open, but she was ready to fight, to carve out a space where identity was not defined by birthright or oppression. She stepped into the tavern, her heart racing, and felt the collective energy wash over her like a wave. Outside, the storm had reached its peak. Lightning slashed the sky, illuminating the faces of those gathered. With each crack of thunder, the resolve of the people solidified. They felt like warriors preparing for battle, each one a thread in the larger tapestry of resistance. It was no longer just about survival. It was about identity, about reclaiming their right to define themselves outside the shadow of the Leviathan. The night wore on, filled with heated debates and passionate speeches. The tavern became a crucible of ideas, forging new identities amidst the chaos. Eliza listened intently as the voices around her wove a narrative of hope and rebellion, a narrative that would eventually echo through the halls of history. The Leviathan might have once represented their submission, but now it symbolized a challenge, a call to rise against the forces that sought to stifle their spirits. With each passing moment, she felt the air thicken with possibility. They spoke of a new social contract, one not rooted in fear, but in mutual respect and understanding. They envisioned a society where power was shared, where the Leviathan could transform from a monstrous oppressor into a collective protector of the people. As the night stretched into dawn, Eliza knew the struggle was only beginning. The fiery passion of their dreams clashed with the reality of their situation, but she felt a fierce optimism igniting within her. They stood on the precipice of change, and the Leviathan, once a symbol of their subjugation, now fueled their desire for self-determination. The storm outside finally began to wane, the wind's howl replaced by a serene silence. Yet, the tension lingered in the air, a promise of battles yet to be fought, of identities yet to be claimed. Eliza left the tavern feeling transformed, a part of something much larger than herself, an unfolding narrative of power and identity that would reshape their world forever. And in the recesses of her mind, Hobbes's words echoed once more, mixing with the fervor of her own thoughts. Each line whispered of urgency, of a future that hung in the balance. As she walked home, the shadows danced around her, and she knew the Leviathan was alive, very much a part of their story. Yet now it was a story in which she would play a crucial role. The dawn of a new identity beckoned, and with it, the promise of change. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the remnants of a crumbling empire. Its rays caught the edges of a once mighty ship, the Leviathan, named not just for its size but for its dark, brooding presence in the waters of history. It lay abandoned, a ghost of colonial ambitions, yet its shadow loomed large over the lives it had touched, changed, and often silenced. The air was thick with the stories of those whose voices had been drowned out, the cries of the oppressed mingling with the whispers of the past. In the small coastal town of Calcutta, where the river met the sea, people moved about their daily lives, their laughter echoing against the walls of the old colonial buildings. Yet beneath the surface of this vibrant life lay a profound sense of loss, a wound that was still fresh, still raw. The Leviathan stood as a reminder of the narratives that had been crafted by those in power, narratives that had often silenced the truth of the colonized. Among the bustling crowd was a young woman named Asha, her heart beating with a blend of pride and sorrow. She had grown up hearing the stories of her ancestors. They spoke in hushed tones of the Leviathan's arrival, of dreams turned into nightmares as foreign hands tore through their land, claiming it for themselves. Asha felt a fire ignite within her, a longing to reclaim those stories, to breathe life back into the narratives that had been buried under layers of colonial rhetoric. As she walked along the riverbank, the water lapping at her feet, Asha felt the presence of the Leviathan in the very air she breathed. It was not just a ship. It was a metaphor for the colonial narrative that had held sway for centuries. It had drifted through the waters of time, casting a long shadow over nations, cultures, and identities. The Leviathan was a beast of burden, carrying the weight of oppression, yet it was also a vessel of possibility. Asha's heart raced at the thought of what it could become, the vessel that carried the reclaimed narratives of her people. Underneath the surface of the water, stories swirled like fish in a net, trapped and waiting to be freed. Each tale was a thread, a connection to the past, woven into the fabric of a collective identity. Asha knew that to reclaim their narratives, they had to confront the Leviathan, to wrestle with the pain it had caused, but also to embrace the power it held to transform. In the evenings, when the shadows grew long and the town quieted, Asha gathered with others who felt the same pull. They met in small groups, sharing stories that had been handed down, tales of resistance, bravery, and hope. One elder spoke of a time when the river ran red, not with blood but with the spirit of a people rising up against their oppressors. Another shared the story of a mother who defied the colonial powers, hiding her children away from their grasp, teaching them the songs of their ancestors, the songs of freedom. These gatherings ignited a spark within Asha, as she realized that the Leviathan was not invincible, could be challenged, its narratives rewritten. The power of storytelling surged through her, a tidal wave ready to crash against the walls of oppression. The Leviathan had once sailed the seas of domination, but now it was time for the voices of the silence to chart new waters. One night, under the flickering glow of a lantern, Asha stood before her friends, her voice trembling with emotion. "We are the captains of our own stories," she declared, her heart pounding. "We cannot allow the Leviathan to dictate who we are. We must reclaim our narratives, intertwine our voices with the history that has been stolen from us." The room hummed with a palpable energy, a collective heartbeat echoing with agreement. They would not be mere passengers on the ship of colonial memory, but navigators of their own destinies. Each story that was shared chipped away at the Leviathan's hold, revealing the vibrant tapestry of their culture, rich with resilience and strength. Days turned into weeks, and the group expanded, drawing in voices from every corner of their community. They began to write, pour their hearts onto paper, crafting poems, essays, and stories that celebrated their heritage and challenged the old narratives. The Leviathan trembled in the waters at the power of their words, feeling the weight of its own history shift as new voices rose to challenge its reign. One fateful evening, a storm brewed on the horizon. Winds howled, and waves crashed against the shores like the thundering applause of an awakening. Asha and her friends stood at the water's edge, watching as the once dominating Leviathan rocked and swayed, the truth of their reclaimed narratives shaking it to its core. The storm became a metaphor for their struggle, fierce and relentless, and in that chaos, they found clarity. They would not be afraid. They would not retreat. The Leviathan had cast its shadow for too long, but now, they were ready to embrace the light of their own stories. The fierce winds whipped around them, and the sea roared with approval, urging them forward. Asha closed her eyes, feeling the energy of her ancestors coursing through her veins. Each drop of rain felt like a blessing, a reminder of the resilience that ran in her blood. As the storm raged on, the Leviathan was no longer an insurmountable force but a challenge waiting to be met. The narratives it had spun were now threads ready to be rewoven, and Asha could feel the weight of history shifting. She stood resolute, heart racing, ready to embrace the unknown, knowing that the battle for their stories had only just begun. The storm, relentless and beautiful, continued to crash against the shores, wrapping Asha and her community in a cocoon of determination. The Leviathan, once a symbol of oppression, began to take on new meaning, a vessel that could carry them toward a future where every voice mattered. The tide was turning, and with each wave that broke upon the shore, they felt the tide of history shifting beneath their feet, urging them to step boldly into the new narratives waiting to take shape. The moon hung low over the restless sea, casting a silver sheen that danced across the waves like ghostly whispers. Fishermen, weary from their day's toil, shared legends around flickering fires, their voices hushed in reverence. For them, the ocean was not just a source of life, but a realm filled with creatures both fearsome and fantastic, none more captivating than the Leviathan. This great beast, said to lurk in the depths, was a blend of awe and terror, a symbol of the wild unknown. As ships set sail on their voyages, the horizon seemed to stretch infinitely, promising discovery yet concealing peril. Mariners' hearts thrummed with a mix of excitement and dread. Tales of monstrous encounters floated through the salty air, mingling with the scent of brine. What would it be like to face a creature that could rise from the sea, bigger than a ship, dark as a storm cloud? What was it like to gaze into the depths where the Leviathan might dwell, waiting for the unwary? In the early 16th century, ships like the San Gabriel plowed through uncharted waters, manned by sailors who were both adventurers and victims of their own fears. They spoke in hushed tones of the Leviathan, a creature that could swallow entire fleets whole. The ocean was a theater of shadows, where the line between reality and myth blurred, and the mariners felt the weight of countless eyes watching from below. They were not just navigating waves. They were navigating the very fabric of human imagination. As storms brewed, the crew of the San Gabriel found themselves battling not only the tempest but their own nerves. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the waves that surged like wild beasts. With every crash of thunder, they could almost hear the rumble of the Leviathan, echoing in the churning sea. "It's just a story," one sailor shouted over the wind, but doubt crept into his voice, a crack in his bravado. Then, unimaginable terror struck. The ship lurched violently, thrown off course by an unseen force. Eyes wide with disbelief, the crew peered over the side. A shadow loomed beneath them, a vast silhouette that stretched as long as the ship itself. Gasps mixed with prayers as the sailors caught fleeting glimpses of scales glistening like obsidian in the stormy water. The Leviathan was real and it was hungry. In that moment, time seemed to slow. The ocean roared, rebellious and untamed, and the sailors stood frozen between the thrill of discovery and the instinct to flee. The legend had taken form, and with it, an overwhelming mix of fear and wonder filled their hearts. To see the creature was to confront the abyss of the unknown, to touch the very essence of nature's fury. Meanwhile, across the sea, another ship, the Endeavour, sailed under a different sky. Her captain, Sir Francis Drake, was no stranger to the tales of monstrous creatures lurking beneath the waves. He often spoke of the Leviathan, not with fear but with a kind of admiration. To him, the beast represented the glory of the exploration, the uncharted territories that awaited brave souls. To seek the unknown is to dance with the gods, he would declare, rallying his crew with tales of treasure and adventure. But even Drake, who had weathered storms and skirmishes, felt a shiver of uncertainty as they ventured farther into the open sea. Whispers of the Leviathan reached his ears from sailors in port cities, each account more exaggerated than the last. Some spoke of an enormous mouth filled with teeth as sharp as blades. Others claimed it could create waves tall enough to capsize galleons. Every story added another layer to the legend, making it both a warning and a beckoning call. Night after night, as stars dotting the sky shimmered like diamonds, Drake would gather his crew on deck, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. "The Leviathan is simply a reflection of our fears," he would say, his voice steady. "It is our imagination that gives it power." Yet, as they sailed further into the expanse, he couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere beneath the calm surface, the Leviathan watched, waiting, its great eyes glimmering like dark gems. Tension hung in the air, thick and electric. One fateful evening, the winds shifted, and the sea grew restless. The crew felt it, a collective shiver that rippled through their bones. Suddenly, a massive wave surged, a wall of water towering above them, and from its depths, a monstrous form broke the surface. The Leviathan erupted from the sea, its colossal body glistening, a manifestation of every sailor's worst nightmare. Screams echoed as the ship rocked violently. Men scrambled for safety, their hearts pounding in their chests. They had gathered stories of great beasts over the years, but nothing could prepare them for the raw power they now witnessed. The Leviathan twisted and dove, sending water crashing onto the deck like a waterfall. The air was charged with the thrill of survival, an electric mix of fear and awe as they faced the embodiment of the ocean's fury. While some men clung to hope, others fought against despair, desperate to maintain their grip on reality. The sea seemed to roar in laughter, mocking their fears as they struggled against the chaos. Yet, in the midst of that pandemonium, a sense of unity formed among the crew, a bond forged by shared terror. They were together in this moment of peril, standing against an ancient force that had haunted the minds of sailors for generations. As the Leviathan slipped beneath the waves, leaving behind a tumult of foam and mystery, the sailors found themselves staring at the returning calm of the sea. Their hearts still raced, echoing the pulse of their shared experience. Their laughter mingled with gasps, yet a shadow loomed in the corners of their minds. Was the Leviathan truly gone, or had it merely retreated, waiting for another chance to reveal itself? And so, what began as a simple venture into maritime exploration had transformed into a confrontation with a legend that would echo through the ages. The Leviathan had become more than a creature of folklore. It was a symbol of the unknown, the heartbeat of the ocean itself. As the ships sailed on, the line between myth and reality blurred further, and every ripple of the sea hinted at stories yet untold, waiting for the brave or the foolish to seek them out. On a chilly morning in the early 19th century, a crew of whalers stood on the deck of their ship, staring into the vast, blue horizon. The sun began its ascent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. But what caught their breath was not the beauty of dawn. It was the sudden rise of a Leviathan, a great whale, breaking the surface of the ocean with a thunderous splash that sent waves crashing against the ship. The men felt a shiver run down their spines, a mix of fear and awe as they gazed upon this creature, larger than any they had ever seen, a titan of the sea, embodying both grace and power. In that moment, an unspoken connection sparked between humanity and these magnificent beasts, igniting curiosity about the mysteries hidden beneath the waves. For centuries, great whales had roamed the oceans, their songs echoing through the deep, yet they were largely unknown, shrouded in myth and fear. Stories whispered of their size and strength, of their haunting calls that carried across the sea like whispers from the abyss. But as scientists began to turn their eyes toward the ocean, a new era dawned in the understanding of these leviathans. The 18th century marked a turning point. Naturalists and explorers, armed with only basic tools and insatiable curiosity, set sail to observe and document marine life. One such figure, Captain Cook, ventured through uncharted waters, returning with tales of the majestic sperm whale. His accounts ignited a fire in the hearts of scientists, who were captivated by the creature's ability to dive deeper than any human could dream. As the 19th century progressed, the quest for knowledge intensified. Whalers, who once hunted these giants for profit, began to shift their perspective. The very same harpoons that took lives became instruments of scientific inquiry. A young man named Sir John Franklin, lost in the Arctic during his ill-fated expedition, had become a symbol of that duality, the hunter and the seeker of knowledge. His disappearance stirred the imagination of a generation, drawing more explorers to the icy waters where the great whales breached in the distance, reminding them of the mysteries yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, the rise of cetology, the study of whales, started to take shape. Pioneered by visionaries like Thomas Beale, whose book The Natural History of the Sperm Whale became a cornerstone in the field, the fascination with these creatures deepened. Beale's meticulous observations painted a picture of the sperm whale as more than just a creature to be hunted. It became an object of reverence. He described the creature's remarkable behavior, its intelligence, and the unique structure of its head, a treasure trove of information that hinted at so much more than anyone could fathom. As the years rolled on, the oceans became a living laboratory. Scientists began to realize the grand scale of life beneath the waves. The blue whale, heart beating strong enough to be heard from miles away. The right whale, graceful and serene. Each species told a different story of evolution, survival, and adaptation. The sheer size of the blue whale, the largest animal to have ever existed, was an embodiment of nature's creativity. Its heart, weighing as much as a small car, pulsed with life in the vast expanse of the ocean. But with each revelation came a sobering truth. The whaling industry expanded at an alarming rate, fueled by a growing demand for whale oil. It was a time when life was seen as a resource, and the oceans were thought to be endless. Ships left port, their sails billowing in the wind, while the cries of whales echoed in the distance, growing fainter with each passing season. It was a haunting contrast. The relentless pursuit for knowledge clashed with the grim reality of exploitation. Tension filled the air as scientists and naturalists began to advocate for the protection of these magnificent creatures. The call for conservation grew louder, as the once magnificent songs of the great whales began to fade into silence. The urgency to study and understand their behavior, social structures, and migration patterns became paramount. Each new discovery felt like a race against time, a desperate attempt to save the very essence of the ocean from the brink of destruction. Then came the pivotal moment in 1966, when a ban on commercial whaling was established, marking a significant turn in the story of humanity's relationship with whales. The world watched as the tide began to shift. Scientists celebrated, but anxiety lingered. Would it be enough? Would the great whales rise again? Or would they be forever lost to the pages of history? As researchers delved into the complex lives of these creatures, each dive and each song unraveled layers of connection that humanity had yet to fully understand. The songs of humpback whales, haunting and beautiful, transformed into a language that scientists worked tirelessly to decode. The emotional weight of these discoveries hung heavy in the air. The realization that these creatures not only navigated the oceans, but also communicated with one another brought tears to the eyes of those who listened. In moments of quiet reflection, scientists gathered in dimly lit laboratories, poring over data, each note and statistic revealing more about the lives of these majestic beings. They became part of an ongoing dialogue, flowing like the currents of the ocean, threading together the past, present, and future of life beneath the waves. The air crackled with energy and anticipation, each fact igniting hope for what lay ahead. Would they be able to protect the leviathans of the deep? And just as the waves rise and fall, so too did their hopes and fears. The fight to preserve the great whales was a battle against time, and the pulse of the ocean quickened with urgency. As scientists prepared for their next expedition, the weight of history bore down on them. They knew they were not merely observers. They were part of a legacy that spanned centuries, a lineage that connected the past with the future, the known with the unknown. With each breath of salt air, the thrill of discovery mingled with the gravity of responsibility. The whales continued to sing their songs, calling out across the deep blue sea, and in their voices, the echoes of humanity's ambition and mistakes resonated. The stories of the Leviathans were far from over. They were a bridge to a future teeming with potential, yet fraught with challenge, a reminder that the ocean, like life itself, was vast, mysterious, and ultimately interconnected. The ocean roared with an ancient power, waves crashing against the rocky shore like the heartbeat of the earth itself. It was a symphony of strength and chaos, and at its center loomed the Leviathan, a creature of myth, representing untamed nature's fury and beauty. For centuries, sailors whispered of it, their voices trembling with fear and reverence. In this vast expanse of blue, a silent struggle was unfolding, one that would shape the destiny of all living creatures. In the depths where sunlight barely penetrated, ecosystems teemed with life. Coral reefs, vibrant kaleidoscopes of color, were the cities of the underwater world. Schools of fish darted through intricate structures, while sea turtles glided serenely, unaware of the coming storm above. The Leviathan, a metaphor for nature's power, was not just a tale of legend. It was a stark reminder of the delicate balance that existed beneath the waves. Historically, cultures across the globe revered the ocean. The Polynesians sailed thousands of miles, guided by the stars and the winds, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the sea. They understood its moods, its abundance, and its threats. Yet, as the 21st century dawned, humanity turned its back on the lessons of the past. The whispers of the Leviathan grew faint, drowned out by the roar of machines and the insatiable hunger for progress. With the rise of industrialization, the planet began to change. Carbon dioxide soared, creeping silently into the atmosphere, and the oceans, once a source of life, began to turn. The effects of climate change were insidious, creeping like a shadow over the blue expanse. Tiny organisms, the very foundation of the ocean's food chain, struggled to adapt as temperatures rose. Coral reefs began to bleach, their vibrant colors fading into ghostly reminders of what once was. The Leviathan stirred, warning of the impending collapse, but few listened. The emotional quake that followed was palpable. Fishermen returned to shores once filled with abundance, only to find empty nets. Families who had relied on the ocean for generations faced despair as their livelihoods vanished. The faces of children, once filled with laughter as they splashed in the waves, shifted to solemn stares, reflecting an uncertain future. For them, the ocean was not just a body of water. It was a lifeline, a source of joy and nourishment now threatened by a looming disaster. As the temperatures continued to rise, storms grew fiercer, slashing through coastal communities without mercy. Hurricanes roared in like a vengeful force, tearing apart homes and lives, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The Leviathan was no longer merely a metaphor. It had become a manifestation of the rage of nature, reacting violently to humanity's indifference. It was a reminder that the ocean held power beyond comprehension, an ever-watchful guardian of balance, now pushed to its limits. In the Arctic, glaciers melted, releasing ancient secrets into the waters, secrets that carried with them the weight of history. Polar bears, once kings of their domain, wandered the thinning ice, their desperate searches for food echoing the plight of countless species. The melting ice did not just change the landscape. It altered global weather patterns, creating ripples that reached far beyond the frozen north. Communities on distant shores felt the impact, their lives intertwined in an intricate web woven by the very act of neglect. Yet, amid the turmoil, there were glimmers of hope. Activists took to the streets, their voices rising in a chorus of urgency. They called upon governments and corporations to listen, to understand that the Leviathan was not just a myth but a symbol of what they stood to lose. People from all walks of life began to unite, fueled by a shared passion to protect the ocean. Their cries a desperate plea for the future of the planet. Each march, each gathering, was a heartbeat, a reminder that the collective power of humanity could still forge change. Innovations in technology sparked new conversations, as scientists raced against time to find solutions. From renewable energy sources to ocean cleaning initiatives, a flicker of determination burned brightly, illuminating a path toward restoration. The Leviathan shifted slightly, a sign that nature was still willing to cooperate, if only humanity would take heed. Yet the stakes were high, and the clock was ticking. In coastal villages, elders spoke of the days when the ocean was teeming with life. Their words were woven into the fabric of community. Stories told around flickering fires, traditions passed down through generations. They recalled the wisdom of their ancestors, who understood the rhythms of nature, who understood that the ocean was a living entity to be respected and cherished. Their eyes filled with tears, haunted by visions of a future where their children might never know the magic of the sea. There were moments of silence as people pondered their choices, caught between the allure of modernity and the wisdom of the past. The Leviathan remained a looming presence, its breath felt in every ebb and flow of the tides, a harbinger of what could be if the world continued down the path of destruction. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the waters, one could almost hear the whispers of the ocean calling out for change. The Leviathan stirred beneath the surface, a reminder that the battle was not just with nature, but with human nature itself. Would they rise to the occasion, or would they allow the shadows of the past to dictate their future? The answer lay not in the depths of the ocean, but in the hearts of those who dared to dream of a better world. And so, the story threaded onward, a tapestry of emotion and tension, a challenge wrapped in the promise of hope. The Leviathan watched, waiting for humanity to awaken to its role as a steward of the earth. The future trembled on the brink, as the tide rolled in, ready to reveal its secrets, if only they were ready to listen. In a dimly lit room, the air thick with tension, the flickering candlelight cast shadows on the walls that seemed to dance with the spirits of the past. Here sits Thomas Hobbes, a man with eyes that hold the weight of a turbulent world. He scribbles feverishly, driven by the chaos swirling outside his window. Wars rage across Europe, kingdoms rise and fall, all while the common people tremble in fear. Hobbes, however, sees an opportunity, a chance to reframe the very essence of humanity and governance. The ink on his page begins to flow like blood from an open wound as he articulates a vision that will shake the foundations of political thought. In his mind, he conjures the image of a monstrous Leviathan, a creature both terrifying and magnificent, symbolizing the sovereign power that must arise from the ashes of disorder. This Leviathan is not just a beast. It is a reflection of humanity's darkest fears and deepest desires, a necessary force to bring stability to a fractured world. As Hobbes pens his thoughts, he is acutely aware of the radical nature of his ideas. Men, he argues, are driven by self-interest. They are inherently competitive, and left to their own devices, they will plunge into chaos. The notion of a social contract comes to life, a pact where individuals surrender their rights to an all-powerful sovereign in exchange for peace and security. The room seems to pulse with his fervor, and each word he writes sends shivers down his own spine, echoing the urgency of his message. But outside, the winds of revolution are gathering strength. The very people Hobbes seeks to govern are beginning to question the nature of authority. Barriers are crumbling. Voices once silenced are rising in defiance. The air crackles with the electricity of change. The Leviathan, Hobbes realizes, must not only crush dissent but also adapt, flexing its muscles with a wisdom born from the lessons of past tyrannies. In the coming years, these bold ideas will spread like wildfire across the continent, igniting debates that will echo through the corridors of time. Thinkers like John Locke will rise to challenge Hobbes' grim vision, arguing for the inherent rights of individuals, for life, liberty, and property. The clash is inevitable, Hobbes' dark tapestry against Locke's vibrant threads of optimism and freedom. The tension is palpable as Locke steps forward, armed with words that shimmer with hope. His vision of governance is a reflection of mutual consent. The Leviathan, in his eyes, should only exist to protect the rights of the people. A shift occurs as the scales of power begin to tilt. Each thinker is locked in an intellectual duel, a battle of ideas that stretches beyond their lifetimes, resonating with every generation that will follow. Meanwhile, the specter of the Leviathan looms large, a reminder of the shadows lurking in the hearts of men. The philosophical landscape is forever altered, and as the Enlightenment dawns, the questioning of authority becomes a clarion call. The cries for liberty and equality grow louder, fueled by the radical ideas that Hobbes and Locke have set into motion. As revolutions erupt in the streets, the Leviathan is forced to adapt. It becomes a shape-shifting entity, embodying the fears of the people while simultaneously striving to maintain order. The weight of power presses heavily on its shoulders. Hobbes would surely feel a chill at the thought that the very beast he envisioned to protect may also become the instrument of oppression. The discussion is no longer just about the nature of power. It morphs into a wider inquiry about justice and morality. Philosophers like Rousseau enter the fray, their words dripping with passion. Rousseau's idea of the noble savage challenges the very core of Hobbes' pessimism, suggesting that humans are inherently good, corrupted only by civilization. The Leviathan, in Rousseau's eyes, becomes a necessary evil, an institution that must be held accountable to the will of the people. In salons and universities, the tension escalates, each thinker feeding off the energy of the others. The debates are electric, the ideas magnetic. And it is here, in this cauldron of philosophies, that the seeds of democracy begin to germinate. The tug-of-war between freedom and authority becomes a staple of political discourse, a conversation that transcends borders and time. As revolutions sweep across nations, each one a heartbeat in the rhythm of history, the Leviathan begins to fracture. New thinkers, emboldened by the past, question the very legitimacy of its rule. Enlightenment ideals poison the waters of absolute authority, and the cries for justice resonate beyond the walls of palaces. In the growing darkness of tyranny, a flicker emerges, the realization that power must not only reside in the hands of a single Leviathan but can be distributed among the people. The creature, once feared and revered, begins to lose its grip as the voices of the masses intertwine into a chorus demanding representation and rights. With every stroke of a pen, every passionate argument, the Leviathan is both built up and torn down. Each philosopher adds layers to the discourse, from Kant's Enlightenment to Marx's critique of capitalism. The tension between authority and individual rights simmers, waiting for the right moment to either explode or evolve into something new. The candle flickers once more, casting eerie shadows in the dim room where Hobbes first envisioned his great beast. The embers of his ideas continue to smolder, fueling the flames of a new political reality. History swirls around like a tempest, and through it all, the Leviathan remains an ever-evolving presence, a mirror reflecting the fears, hopes, and dreams of humanity. The discourse continues, a tapestry woven of conflicting ideas, each thread pulling tighter, forging a narrative that refuses to be silenced. The storm raged above the darkened sea, waves crashing like thunder against the jagged rocks. Flickering shadows danced across the surface, and within that chaos lay something ancient and malevolent, stirring beneath the depths. To the untrained eye, it was just a myth, a tale whispered among sailors in taverns. But to those who dared to listen, it was a profound truth that echoed through centuries: the Leviathan. In the sacred texts of many cultures, this creature embodied tumult and authority, a swirling force of chaos that could rise to swallow the world whole. The ancient Hebrews spoke of it in the Book of Job, describing a monster so powerful that even the bravest could not hope to tame it. It was a symbol not just of fear, but also of the divine, an embodiment of God's might, reminding humanity of its fragile place in the universe. The imagery was vivid, enough to send chills down the spine. A serpent of the deep, scales glistening with the weight of ages, coiling through the waters of creation itself. In Mesopotamia, the Leviathan took on a different form, known as Tiamat, a primordial goddess whose very existence was woven into the fabric of chaos. Legends spoke of her battles against Marduk, the god of order, as they clashed in a cosmic struggle. With every roar of Tiamat, the heavens trembled, and with every strike of Marduk, the earth shuddered. This struggle was not merely a battle of gods, but a testament to the ongoing fight between order and chaos that resonates through humanity's own experiences. This symbolism was rich and layered, revealing deep truths about the nature of existence and the eternal struggle for balance. Then there were the Norse tales, where the Leviathan took the form of Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent. It encircled the earth, waiting for the day it would rise to battle Thor during Ragnarok, the final confrontation of gods and giants. The very thought of this immense creature, coiling around the world, struck fear not only into the hearts of men but also into the hearts of the gods. The imagery of thunder clashing with the primordial serpent creates an electrifying tension, a reminder that even the mightiest can be brought low. Across the Indian subcontinent, the symbolism transformed once more. In Hindu mythology, the great serpent Vasuki, who coiled around Mount Mandara during the churning of the ocean, played a critical role in the creation of the universe. As the gods and demons pulled on him, the very essence of life emerged. Nectar, wisdom, and treasures were born from this struggle. Here, the Leviathan was not a monster to be feared, but a crucial player in the divine drama of existence, demonstrating how chaos can give birth to greatness. The stories took on a tangible form in the art and culture of different faiths. In Christian iconography, the Leviathan was often depicted as a dragon or a sea monster, a clear sign of evil and chaos. The imagery was striking. A monstrous creature wrapped in flames, embodying sin and the darker aspects of human nature. Yet even in this portrayal, there was a glimmer of hope, a reminder that even the fiercest of beasts could be conquered through faith and divine intervention. The tension hung heavy in the air, a perpetual struggle between light and dark, good and evil. In Buddhism, the idea of the Leviathan transforms again. Rather than a physical beast, it represents the illusion of the self and desire, the monstrous cravings that bind beings to the cycle of suffering. Here, the Leviathan is a symbol of the internal chaos each person must confront, a call to mindfulness and enlightenment. As practitioners meditate, they confront their own Leviathans, learning to tame the wild waters of their minds. The emotional weight of this struggle resonates on a deeply personal level, echoing the fears and hopes that dwell within. Yet, despite these different interpretations, a common thread tied them together: the idea that the Leviathan, in all its forms, symbolizes the powerful forces of chaos that exist within and around us. The tension between order and disorder, the struggle against the unknown, and the quest for understanding are universal themes that speak to the very core of human existence. As the winds howled and the waves surged, the figure of the Leviathan loomed larger in the imagination. It was a reminder of the challenges that lay ahead, not only in the physical world but also in the spiritual realm. Every culture, every faith, offered a unique perspective on this creature, blending history with the sacred, chaos with creation. The Leviathan was not merely a monster lurking in the depths, but a profound symbol of the eternal struggles that define existence. And just as the storm began to calm, revealing glimpses of light breaking through the clouds, there lingered an unsaid truth. Beyond the chaos lay a deeper meaning, a pathway through the darkness. The narrative of the Leviathan intertwined with the stories of humanity, connecting lives and beliefs, urging them to confront their fears and embrace the storms that shaped their world. The shadows deepened, and the waves murmured secrets of old, hinting at the next phase of the journey, a world where the boundaries between chaos and order blurred further. The vast ocean stretched endlessly ahead, an uncharted territory waiting to be explored. There lay new tales to be told, new symbols to unravel, and fresh storms to weather, as humanity continued its timeless dance with the Leviathan, an eternal reminder that within every struggle lies the potential for transformation, waiting just beneath the surface. The sun hung low over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the cobblestone streets. In a quiet corner of a bustling town, two figures stood, their breath visible in the crisp air. The weight of unspoken words hung between them, thick with tension and expectation. History had taught them that power was rarely shared, and the battle for voice often felt like an uphill climb against a tide that sought to silence them. It was in this moment that ancient philosophies began to clash with emerging ideas of gender, revealing a struggle as old as time itself. Thomas Hobbes, the man whose thoughts ignited a firestorm of debate in the early 17th century, had crafted a vision of humanity that revolved around the Leviathan, a monstrous entity born from the chaos of human nature. He envisioned a society where individuals surrendered their rights to an all-powerful ruler to escape the brutal state of nature. Yet, beneath the surface of his philosophical musings lay a crucial question. What role do women play in this great machine of governance? In the shadows of Hobbes's powerful beast was a different kind of power, the feminine, often overlooked but equally vital. Feminist thinkers began to dissect his work, peeling back the layers to reveal the gender dynamics at play. For them, Hobbes's Leviathan was not simply a portrayal of sovereign authority. It was also a reflection of the patriarchal structures that dictated the lives of women. As they examined his texts, they found echoes of exclusion and a glaring absence of feminine voices in the social contract that he proposed. Discussions swirled among the early feminist theorists, who stood on the shoulders of their ancestors, drawing from their struggles and aspirations. Mary Wollstonecraft, with her eloquent pen, took great issue with Hobbes's assertion that women were naturally subordinate. She argued that the female experience was not one of weakness but of unrecognized strength. Her voice rang with urgency, challenging the notion that women were only to be passive subjects in a chaotic world. As time rolled forward into the tumultuous 19th century, the echoes of Hobbes's Leviathan transformed. The suffragettes marched down city streets, banners held high, demanding their rightful place in society. Their voices roared like thunder, shaking the foundations of patriarchal authority. The Leviathan that once symbolized absolute power began to tremble. These women were no longer content to be mere afterthoughts in the grand narrative of governance. They were determined to carve out their own stories. With each passing decade, feminist interpretations of Hobbes continued to evolve. In the 20th century, Simone de Beauvoir stepped onto the stage, her words like lightning illuminating the dark corners of societal norms. She questioned not only the foundations of Hobbes's thought, but also the very essence of womanhood itself. One is not born, but rather becomes a woman. Her observations cut deep, revealing the constructed nature of gender roles and how they intertwined with power. The classroom discussions buzzed with life, filled with passionate debates that ignited the minds of students. Some argued that Hobbes's Leviathan was a metaphor for oppressive systems, while others suggested it was a mirror reflecting the complexities of human relationships. Yet, beneath the surface, it was apparent. The fight for recognition and equality remained as urgent as ever. Fast forward to contemporary times, where the conversation has expanded and the ideas of intersectionality have taken root. The feminist lens now examines not only the constructs of gender but also how race, class, and sexuality intertwine with ideas of power. Hobbes's Leviathan, once a singular representation of authority, now faces scrutiny on multiple fronts. Activists and scholars alike grapple with the implications of his theories in a world where voices once silenced now demand to be heard. In a dimly lit cafe, a group of young activists gathered, each one a thread in the fabric of modern feminism. They discussed how Hobbes's portrayal of the state could still inform the struggles for justice today. Laughter mingled with heated arguments as they dissected the inequalities that persisted. They spoke of the urgent need to dismantle the Leviathan of their time, one that still loomed large, reinforced by systemic oppression. As their discussions flowed, the atmosphere thickened with a sense of collective purpose. Each story shared, each theory debated, was a step toward illuminating the path ahead. The tension in the room was palpable, a blend of hope and frustration. Would they succeed where those before them had faltered? The stakes felt incredibly high as the world outside the cafe buzzed with both chaos and possibility. The Leviathan, once a symbol of singular authority, began to morph into something more complex. A tapestry of intertwining forces that demanded recognition from all corners. The dialogue around gendered perspectives had shifted, and the lines were increasingly blurred. New interpretations emerged, bringing forth ideas about collaborative governance, where the power dynamics could finally embrace equality. There was a feeling, an almost electric buzz in the air, as the young activists acknowledged that they were part of a larger story, one that was not just theirs, but one woven through generations of struggle and triumph. They were not just voices in the crowd. They were the architects of a new narrative, each one ready to challenge the Leviathan in their own unique way. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting long shadows on the bustling streets, the conversation continued, unbroken by time or circumstance. The dialectic was alive, pulsing with energy as feminist interpretations and discussions around Hobbes's Leviathan intertwined seamlessly. The fight for voice, recognition, and power was not simply a historical footnote. It was an ever-evolving saga, one that would continue to resonate and echo through the ages. The promise of change loomed large, an awakening, a revolution of thought that would not be silenced. The ink dripped slowly from the nib of a quill. It pooled on the page like the dark water of an ominous ocean, the kind that held secrets too frightening to speak. Beneath the surface, shadows danced, hinting at creatures so immense they could swallow entire ships whole. This was not merely a story. It was an invitation into the abyss, where Leviathans roamed, both in the sea and in the minds of those who dared to capture their essence in ink and paper. Graphic novels and comics have served as the canvas upon which these Leviathans are painted, their tales woven through a tapestry of stunning visuals and gripping narratives. Each page is a vessel, carrying readers across turbulent seas of emotion, fear, and wonder. Early pioneers of the medium harnessed this potential, shaping the landscape of visual storytelling. From the first comic strips in the late 19th century to the sophisticated graphic novels that emerged in the 20th, creators have spun tales that mirror the monsters lurking in the depths of human experience. The ink-stained pages tell stories of heroes and villains, but also of the Leviathans that reside within, the fears that haunt the edges of our consciousness. Consider the towering figures in Watchmen, where the characters are not merely heroes but reflections of the darker aspects of humanity itself. Their struggles resonate deeply, and the weight of their choices creates a palpable tension that thrums in the reader's chest. The vivid illustrations, with their contrasting colors and meticulous detail, amplify the emotional stakes, drawing the audience deeper into the storm. In the realm of graphic storytelling, the visual elements are not just an accompaniment. They are the lifeblood of the narrative. Each stroke of the artist's hand embodies the rage of a tempest, the quiet despair of a sinking ship. Think of how Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns transformed the superhero genre with its gritty visuals and poignant themes of aging and regret. Batman, cloaked in shadow, becomes a Leviathan himself, a creature of myth struggling against his own obsolescence in a world that has outgrown him. The colors, rendered in sharp contrasts, mirror the turmoil within, making the reader feel the weight of time pressing down like an anchor. As the pages turn, one can almost hear the crash of waves against the hull of a ship, the anxious heartbeat of a crew bracing for the unknown. The visual storytelling does not merely narrate, it immerses. Take Maus by Art Spiegelman, where the historical horrors of the Holocaust rise like a tidal wave. The anthropomorphic characters, drawn as mice and cats, might seem like a playful choice, but their representation speaks to the deep-seated fears and traumas that loom over generations. The stark black and white imagery adds to the sense of dread, transforming the narrative into a haunting echo of memory that lingers long after the last page is turned. Emotions run high as readers find themselves grappling with the psychological leviathans portrayed within these graphic novels. The Intensity of Sandman by Neil Gaiman showcases a universe where dreams and nightmares collide. The character of Morpheus, the Lord of Dreams, is an embodiment of the Leviathan lurking in each individual's psyche. The unending search for meaning, the terror of confrontation with one's own darkness. With every panel, Gaiman and his artists craft a world that is simultaneously beautiful and terrifying, reflecting the duality of human existence. The colors shift from ethereal pastels to deep, foreboding shadows, mirroring the ebb and flow of hope against despair. Anxiety coils like a serpent around the reader's heart, pulling tighter with each page. The nonlinear storytelling and surreal visuals create a dizzying effect, as if the reader is lost at sea, being tossed between waves of wonder and dread. It is in these moments that the true power of graphic novels shines, where the visuals do not merely complement the text, but elevate it, transforming the narrative into a visceral experience. Then, consider the realms of fantasy, where Leviathans take on fantastical forms. In Bone by Jeff Smith, the whimsical yet poignant characters embark on a quest filled with danger and discovery. The lush landscapes and expressive art style draw readers into a world where both light and darkness coexist. The light-heartedness of the Bone cousins belies the looming threats of the enigmatic locusts and the dark power of the rat creatures. Each character, no matter how comical, harbors depths of complexity that evoke empathy and tension. As they confront their fears, the reader feels the same pull, the same vulnerability that makes the heart race. The emotional stakes within these pages escalate like a storm gathering on the horizon. The tension builds with every turning panel, fueling a desire to uncover what lies beneath. In The Walking Dead, the desolate landscape isn't just a backdrop. It is a character unto itself, a leviathan of despair that threatens to consume all hope. The stark imagery of the post-apocalyptic world, with its hauntingly beautiful depictions of life and death, brings forth an emotional impact that feels almost tangible. The characters' struggles for survival become a reflection of deeper existential questions. What does it mean to be human when the world has crumbled? What leviathans lurk within us all, waiting for the right moment to surface? These narratives are not merely stories. They are mirrors reflecting the chaos, beauty, and darkness that reside in the human soul. The emotional journey does not simply end with the final page. It lingers, haunting the reader like a ghost of the Leviathan that was confronted within. Each graphic novel and comic invites a new wave of introspection, demanding that readers grapple with their own fears and hopes. As the cycle of storytelling continues, the Leviathans remain. They surge through time, their forms shifting, but their essence remains the same, a testament to the power of visual storytelling that connects all generations. When ink meets paper, emotions flow, and the leviathans of our imagination come alive, urging us to confront our own depths. The ocean of stories is vast, and its currents will never cease to pull us under. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced on the walls as a flickering candle illuminated weary faces, each etched with the lines of fear and uncertainty. The air was thick, charged with unspoken worries that hung heavily like a storm cloud ready to burst. Just beyond the walls of this small gathering, a world was spiraling out of control, a world that felt increasingly like a monstrous creature lurking in the depths, one that had the power to swallow lives whole. This was not merely a story of survival. It was a reflection of society's deepest fears. Behind the facades of civility and order, something primal stirred. The Leviathan, a concept birthed from the mind of Thomas Hobbes in the 17th century, loomed large. It was a terrifying embodiment of chaos, an all-consuming beast that reflected the darkest aspects of humanity. People began to whisper of it, a shadowy figure that haunted their thoughts, symbolizing an overwhelming state power that crushed individuality and freedom. Hobbes had crafted his vision during a time of civil war, where every whisper of dissent could be met with violence. His idea, however, reached far beyond his own turbulent era. It reached into the hearts of generations to come. As the candle flickered, a woman spoke, her voice trembling. "What if we are all mere pawns in a greater game?" The room fell silent, the weight of her words hanging in the air. It was a question that echoed the fear of being engulfed by a system designed to control rather than liberate. The Leviathan was not just a creature of myth. It was a living reality, an ever-watchful eye that scrutinized every action, every thought. Throughout history, it had reared its head under various forms: totalitarian regimes, oppressive governments, and even societal norms that stifled creativity and individuality. The audience, captivated by the woman's despair, recognized their own reflections in her fear. The dread of being swallowed by this monstrous force was palpable. It lay in the heart of the French Revolution, where the cries of the people turned into a frenzy that demanded liberation but often led to tyranny. It echoed in the Cold War, when the specter of annihilation hung over nations like a guillotine, ready to drop at any moment. The Leviathan's breath was felt in every corner of the world, its cold touch chilling the very essence of freedom. Outside, the wind howled, a reminder of the chaos that lurked just beyond the safety of their gathering. It carried with it the stories of those who had dared to challenge the Leviathan. In ancient Rome, the gladiators had fought for their lives against insurmountable odds, but their battles were not just against each other. They fought against an empire that sought to crush the spirit of rebellion. The echoes of their cries lingered, a haunting reminder of what it meant to resist the beast. The tension rose as the group began to share their own experiences, personal battles that paralleled the larger societal struggles. A man recounted the day he stood up against an unjust system, a moment of clarity when the Leviathan revealed its ugly face. He spoke of the chills that ran down his spine when he realized that the monster was not confined to the pages of history but lived within the very fabric of their lives. It was a creature born of neglect, fear, and the collective silence of those who had chosen to ignore the signs. Suddenly, the air shifted, tension crackling like electricity. A young girl, her eyes wide and innocent, spoke up. "But if we don't fight back, doesn't that make us part of the problem?" Her words hung in the air like a clarion call, igniting the flickering hope that had dimmed within the room. The Leviathan thrived on complacency, and her insight brought forth a spark of resistance. She embodied the very essence of the struggle against oppressive forces, a reminder that within the hearts of the frightened, there existed the power to challenge the beast. With that spark came a reminder of the many who had fought valiantly against the Leviathan throughout history. The words of Martin Luther King Jr., who stood against systemic racism, resonated with an urgency that pierced the room. His voice, echoing through time, spoke of dreams and visions that defied the beast's grasp. The movement he ignited was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. As the stories unfolded, each voice adding to the growing chorus of resistance, the candle's flame flickered violently, casting wild shadows that danced like the spirits of those who had fought before. The Leviathan, though fearsome, was not invincible. It was a reflection of society's collective fears and failures, and each person present had the power to confront it. Yet, as the gathering reached a crescendo of emotion, a sense of foreboding crept back in. The Leviathan, ever watchful, seemed to grow stronger in the face of their defiance. History had taught them that every uprising carried the risk of becoming a new form of the very monster they sought to destroy. The cycle of power and oppression was a haunting tale that played out over and over again, a chilling reminder of the cost of revolution. Outside, the wind howled louder, a storm brewing as if echoing their fears. The shadows in the room felt closer, more menacing. A palpable tension filled the air, and everyone understood. This wasn't just a battle of wills, but an ongoing war against an enemy that took many forms. The Leviathan was not merely a creature of fantasy. It was a reflection of their society's darkest fears, a beast that thrived on the very chaos it sought to eliminate. The room, once filled with hopeful voices, now reverberated with the heavy silence of contemplation. Each person sat lost in their thoughts, wrestling with the enormity of the challenge before them. Hope was a fragile flame, flickering in the storm, battling against the dark embrace of despair. Would they harness the strength within, or would they succumb to the very fears that threatened to consume them? And just like that, the candle extinguished, plunging the room into darkness, leaving their thoughts to swirl in the void. The Leviathan, a creature born from their own fears, loomed larger than ever, an eternal adversary waiting for the perfect moment to strike, reminding them that the battle was just beginning, and the haunting echoes of history would not easily be silenced. A flickering screen illuminated the dim room, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. It was a digital beast, lurking in the depths of wires and circuits, waiting for a moment of weakness. The hum of the computer created an unsettling rhythm, almost like the heartbeat of some ancient creature, alive and breathing. It was a reminder of how the digital age had given birth to a new kind of Leviathan, one that roamed not the oceans, but the vast, uncharted territories of the internet. Throughout history, humanity has conjured monsters to explain the inexplicable, from the ferocious Charybdis that threatens sailors with whirlpools to the terrifying Minotaur lurking within the labyrinth. Each tale spoke to the fears of the time, a reflection of the unknown. The digital age, too, has its share of monsters. They exist in the shadows of cyberspace, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Individuals once feared the sea as a vast, unfathomable entity. Now, they gaze into their screens, trembling at the thought of the invisible threats that lie behind a mere click. The story of the Leviathan can be traced back to Thomas Hobbes, a philosopher who described a monstrous entity that emerged from the chaos of human nature, a creature fueled by fear, inequality, and power struggles. Today, that creature has morphed into something altogether different, yet eerily familiar. As the digital world expands, so does the dark underbelly of human desire. The varied landscapes of social media, online marketplaces, and gaming worlds teem with narratives that evoke both wonder and dread. Each platform is a new labyrinth, filled with traps laid by unseen hands. In the sprawling universe of digital interaction, anonymity breeds monsters. Cyberbullying stalks the halls of social media, feeding on the vulnerabilities of young souls searching for connection. The emotional weight of cruel comments can feel as real as a physical blow. Imagine a teenager, eyes wide with hope, sharing a piece of art or a personal story, only to be met with a barrage of insults. The pain lingers like a ghost, haunting the corners of their mind, whispering that they are not enough. The Leviathan of the digital age thrives on this despair, growing stronger with each victim it claims. The tension builds as cyber threats evolve, taking shape in the form of data breaches and identity theft. Histories are rewritten in a single keystroke, lives shattered by the insatiable hunger of hackers who lurk like sharks, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The internet, once a hopeful frontier, now feels like a minefield. A young professional excitedly enters their personal information to apply for a job, blissfully unaware that a predator is lying in wait. One click, and the monster unfurls its wings, devouring dreams and stealing identities. The very fabric of reality blurs as virtual spaces morph into arenas for conflict. Gamers log on to compete, to escape, but even in these worlds, shadows loom. The thrill of battle can quickly turn into a nightmare when players find themselves facing harassment, their avatars scorned and belittled in ways that sting far beyond the screen. Words, once mere pixels, become weapons as players wield them like swords. The digital Leviathan engulfs the joyful, turning a sanctuary into a battleground. Every online action carries weight, a truth that sits heavily on the shoulders of those navigating this brave new world. The rise of misinformation is another monster, a hydra that grows multiple heads with each lie that spreads. The digital age has turned every user into a potential storyteller, yet not all tales are rooted in fact. False narratives swirl like smoke, casting shadows that obscure the truth. Each shared article or video can ignite fear, inciting hatred and division among communities. The Leviathan of misinformation feeds on confusion and distrust, growing bolder with every click on the share button. As the night deepens, the glow of the computer screen pulsates, drawing the user deeper into the digital abyss. They scroll through endless feeds, a mesmerizing dance of images and words that pulls them in, each post a tendril of the Leviathan reaching out. There's a thrill to the discovery, but it comes with a price. The constant barrage of information can overwhelm, leading to a feeling of drowning in a sea of data. Anxiety gnaws at the edges as the mind races to process it all. The monster lurks, feeding off the tumult of emotions, the desire for connection twisted into a frenzy of likes and shares. In the quiet of a late night, a young woman sits in front of her screen, the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders. She types a message to a friend, seeking solace, but what awaits her is a chilling echo of her own fears. The response comes quick, sharp as a knife, cutting through her fragile heart. "You're pathetic." The digital Leviathan has struck again, leaving another wound, another victim reeling from its venomous words. In this tangled web of virtual reality, the line between the real and the imagined begins to blur. As users become more entwined with their screens, the monsters of the past take on new forms. The heroes of legend now wear the masks of avatars, and their battles echo through the very code that binds these worlds. Search for a solution, and one may find themselves on a quest fraught with peril. The digital monsters are relentless, ever-evolving, feeding on the fears of the very beings that created them. With every keystroke, history repeats itself. The age-old struggle persists as the Leviathan transforms, adapting to the vulnerabilities of its prey. Society is left to grapple with the consequences, unsure of how to tame the beast they've unleashed. The tension hangs in the air, thick and suffocating, a potent reminder that the monsters of the digital age are not just fiction. They are woven into the fabric of everyday life, waiting to pounce at any moment. The sound of waves crashing against the shore, a rhythmic pulse that echoes through time, has inspired countless souls throughout history. The sea, a vast and mysterious entity, breathes life into compositions that capture its grandeur and terror, its beauty and indifference. Each note crafted by composers of the past and present holds a piece of this living, swirling world. The great composer Claude Debussy once gazed upon the ocean and felt its whispers guiding his pen. His piece, La Mer, is a masterful reflection of the sea's changing moods. From the gentle caress of a morning breeze to the fierce storms that rage in the heart of the ocean, Debussy painted these scenes with a palette of sound, evoking emotions that resonate deeply within the listener. As violins swell like the rising tide and brass instruments crash like waves against rocky cliffs, each movement tells a story untold, vibrating with raw power and serenity. In the midst of this swirling tempest of sound, the ghostly whispers of ancient mariners can be heard. The sea has always been a source of inspiration and fear, shaping the lives and destinies of those who dared to navigate its waters. From the haunting melodies of seafaring shanties sung by weary sailors to the grand orchestral works of the Romantic era, the ocean's influence permeates every note. A deep, sorrowful cello might echo the cries of sailors lost at sea, while a triumphant trumpet could mimic the exhilaration of spotting land after a long voyage. As the 20th century dawned, composers like Benjamin Britten took up the sea's mantle, infusing their works with both nostalgia and urgency. His Peter Grimes, an opera that explores the isolation and struggles of a fisherman, captures the tension between humanity and nature. The crashing waves in the orchestra mirror the turmoil within Peter's soul, where the sea is both a refuge and a tormentor. The haunting melodies linger like the salty air, drawing listeners into a world where emotions swirl like the currents beneath the surface. But it is not only the classical composers who have been touched by the sea. In the realm of popular music, the ocean's vastness has inspired countless songs that resonate with listeners. From the soothing strums of folk ballads to the driving rhythms of rock anthems, the sea finds a home in every genre. Imagine the haunting notes of Beyond the Sea, where the longing for lost love is interwoven with the imagery of waves gently lapping against a distant shore. Each chord evokes memories of sunlit days and starry nights spent by the water, where time feels suspended, and all that matters is the moment. The deep, rumbling sounds of the ocean can also be heard in the compositions of contemporary artists like John Adams. His work, The Wound Dresser, inspired by Walt Whitman's poetry, evokes the sense of loss and longing that comes from the sea's relentless ebb and flow. The music surges like the tides, carrying with it the weight of memories, grief, and hope. The performers pour their souls into each note, creating a haunting soundscape that resonates with the very essence of what it means to be human. As the waves crash and recede, they bring with them stories of both triumph and despair. The sea has witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth of legends, and the vanishing of dreams. In the sonorous depths of Gustav Mahler's symphonies, the ocean's presence looms large, echoing themes of eternity and the struggle for meaning. His Fifth Symphony, particularly the Adagietto, captures the longing and beauty of love, much like the shimmering surface of the sea at dusk. Each note unfurls like a wave, revealing the fragile threads that connect us all. Even the insatiable curiosity of the human spirit finds its voice in the music inspired by the sea. The ethereal compositions of Eric Whitacre echo the delicate interplay of water and light, creating an almost otherworldly atmosphere. His choral works, rich with harmonies, evoke the feeling of floating among clouds and waves, where reality blurs and the imagination takes flight. The sea, with its ever-changing moods, serves as a mirror to our own journeys, full of highs and lows, moments of clarity and confusion. As history unfolds, the music inspired by the sea continues to evolve. The boundaries between genres fade, with artists weaving the essence of the ocean into their work in innovative ways. From cinematic scores that paint sweeping landscapes of vast blue waters to electronic compositions that mimic the sound of crashing waves, the sea remains an infinite source of inspiration. With each new generation of musicians, the ocean stories are reimagined, passing from one artist to the next like a cherished heirloom. And so, the sea endures, a timeless presence that shapes the very fabric of music. It whispers to those who listen, igniting a spark of creativity that transcends time and space. Each wave carries with it the weight of history, a reminder of our connection to something greater than ourselves. With every composition, the Leviathan of the sea continues to inspire, inviting hearts to explore its depths, to feel the thrill of the unknown, and to embrace the beauty of the human experience intertwined with the vastness of the ocean. The music plays on, a living testament to the sea's power, drawing listeners into its embrace, leaving them breathless and yearning for more. The air was thick with anticipation, as if nature itself held its breath. A storm brewed on the horizon, clouds swirling like an artist's brushstrokes on a canvas, each darker than the last. Beneath this tumultuous sky lay the enormous figure of the Leviathan, a creature steeped in mystery and awe. Towering waves crashed against the rocky shores, sending salty mist into the air, where it mingled with the electric tension of the impending tempest. To witness such raw power stirred something deep within the heart, a feeling that was both exhilarating and fearsome. In a time when the world was still young, the concept of the sublime was a bridge between man and nature, a connection forged in moments of sheer wonder and terror. The Leviathan symbolized that grand duality. It was both magnificent and terrifying, embodying the sublime in its purest form. The very word Leviathan echoed through history, conjuring images of ancient texts, where this monstrous being was often depicted as a representation of chaos itself. Those who dared to gaze upon it felt a shiver run down their spine, a reminder of their own fragility in the face of such overwhelming force. The sublime was not merely an aesthetic experience. It was a visceral one. Artists and poets tried to capture it, yet their words often fell short, unable to convey the shuddering thrill of witnessing nature's might. A painter might stroke their brush across a canvas, trying to encapsulate the moment when lightning split the sky, illuminating the depths of a turbulent sea. A poet might weave verses about the heart racing and breath catching at the sight of a vast, untamed mountain range, steeped in mist and mystery. Yet, the true essence of the sublime lay in the moment itself, the heartbeat of nature, the pulse of existence. The philosophers of old, like Edmund Burke and Immanuel Kant, grappled with the idea of the sublime as an emotion that transcended mere beauty. It was rooted in the confrontation between desire and dread. When one gazed upon the Leviathan, it was not just the fear of the creature that sent chills cascading down their spine. It was the realization that they were part of something far greater. The Leviathan thrived in the depths of the ocean, a reminder of the wilderness that lay beyond the confines of civilization. It was a being that demanded respect, inspiring awe and terror in equal measure. As night fell and the storm raged on, the sea became a swirling mass of shadows and light. The Leviathan stirred, its immense form cutting through the water with grace that defied its size. Fishermen, who had once sailed these waters with a sense of dominion, now felt as if they were mere specks of dust in a vast universe. Their boats bobbed like toys upon the tumultuous waves, hearts pounding in their chests as they felt the pull of the abyss beneath. In that moment, the sublime was palpable. It was the fear that ignited their souls, reminding them that they were alive. Historical accounts tell of sailors who returned from the depths of the ocean forever changed, their eyes wide with the knowledge of the sublime. They spoke of encounters with the Leviathan not just as a tale of terror, but as a transformative experience. Their encounters became stories told around flickering fires, where the listeners would lean in, eyes sparkling with wonder and disbelief. The Leviathan was woven into the fabric of their lives, a creature that blurred the lines between reality and myth. In the 17th century, Thomas Hobbes penned his thoughts on the Leviathan, likening it to the state, a monstrous entity that could consume individuals but also protect them. This complex relationship echoed the very nature of the sublime. It was both a source of fear and a catalyst for growth. Those who wrestled with the Leviathan within themselves found strength in acknowledging their own vulnerability. The creature, in its terrifying might, served as a mirror reflecting their deepest fears and desires. Generations passed, and artists began to portray the sublime through breathtaking landscapes, where mountains loomed and oceans roared. Each stroke of the brush echoed the presence of the Leviathan. Romantic poets, like Wordsworth and Coleridge, captured the essence of this awe-inspiring force, their words wrapping around the reader like a warm embrace, even as they conveyed the icy chill of fear. The sublime became a quest for understanding, an exploration of what it meant to be human in a world so vast and wild. Yet, the Leviathan would not be tamed. It continued to stir imaginations and awaken emotions, challenging every artist and thinker who dared to confront it. The sublime emerged in the spaces between understanding and fear, in the silence that followed a thunderstorm, and in the breathless moment before a wave crashed on the shore. It existed in the depths of the ocean, where the Leviathan lurked, waiting to remind humanity of its place within the grand tapestry of existence. As the storm reached its peak, the clouds roared overhead, and lightning danced across the sky like celestial fireworks. The fishermen clung to their boats, hearts racing, breath caught in their throats. They realized, in that moment, that the Leviathan was not just a creature of the deep. It was their own fear and wonder, the embodiment of the sublime that lived within them. The ocean thrashed around them, a reminder that life itself was a breathtaking blend of chaos and beauty. And as the storm began to ebb, a sense of calm washed over the waters, revealing the glimmering depths where the Leviathan resided. The fishermen, now breathless, felt the weight of their encounter, knowing they had witnessed something profound and untouched. They carried the story of the Leviathan within them, a tale of awe and terror, forever echoing the sublime nature of existence. This tale, much like the waves, would continue to ripple through time, urging each generation to confront the Leviathan within. A vast ocean stretches endlessly, waves crashing in a symphony of chaos as a colossal shadow glides beneath the surface, unseen yet profoundly felt. This shadow isn't just a creature of myth. It is the Leviathan, a symbol of power, fear, and the unknown. For centuries, civilizations have wrestled with the concept of this great beast, and filmmakers around the world have drawn from its depths to craft unforgettable stories that capture the imagination and stir the soul. In the rich tapestry of global cinema, the Leviathan takes on many forms, each embodying the cultural fears and aspirations of its time. With each frame, the creature reflects humanity's struggle against forces greater than itself, be it nature, authority, or the very essence of existence. From the haunting shores of the Arctic, where Inuit filmmakers breathe life into ancient legends, to the bustling streets of Mumbai, where vibrant tales of resilience against the chaos of modern life unfold, the Leviathan becomes a shared symbol of the human experience. In Scandinavian film, the Leviathan often surfaces as a metaphor for the oppressive weight of societal expectations. A lone fisherman battles not only the frigid sea but the crushing grip of tradition and duty. The camera cuts to his weathered face, capturing the lines of worry etched by years of unyielding pressure. The audience feels the chill of the wind biting at their skin, the salt of the sea mingling with the taste of despair. It's a raw, elemental confrontation that blurs the line between man and monster, highlighting the existential dread that lurks in the shadows of every heart. In stark contrast, the Bollywood epic unfolds like a vibrant tapestry. Here, the Leviathan is a monstrous corporation, a behemoth of greed overshadowing the dreams of the common man. Colorful dance numbers juxtapose the stark reality of exploitation, while characters, each more relatable than the last, rise in defiance. The film swells with emotion, as the music crescendos and the camera sweeps through crowded markets and lavish parties. Yet, beneath the glittering facade lies the persistent threat of the Leviathan, a relentless force that looms over the everyday struggles of life, sparking both hope and fear in equal measure. As the narrative shifts, one can't help but be drawn to the chilling undercurrents of Japanese cinema, where the Leviathan becomes a manifestation of internal turmoil and existential despair. A young woman grapples with her identity while haunted by the specter of societal expectations. In the haunting silence of her reflections, the ocean calls to her, an endless expanse that both terrifies and beckons. The waves crash like the beating of her heart, a rhythmic reminder of her isolation. Here, the Leviathan is not just a creature but a metaphor for the oppressive weight of conformity, a beast lurking in the shadows of her mind. Transitioning westward, the American landscape embraces the Leviathan in a different light. In the thrilling depths of horror films, the creature takes on a gruesome form, a relentless killer that embodies the primal fear of the unknown. Yet, as the blood spills and the tension mounts, it's clear that the Leviathan represents more than just a terror. It symbolizes a society grappling with its own darkness. The suspense builds, and with every jump scare, the audience feels the weight of collective anxiety, a raw and palpable fear that binds them together in the shared experience of fright. Across the Mediterranean, the Leviathan swims into the realm of art cinema. Here, it becomes an allegory for environmental destruction, portrayed as an ancient creature awakening from its slumber, enraged by humanity's disregard for the planet. The cinematography is breathtaking. Lush forests and azure seas juxtaposed with stark images of pollution and decay. The audience is left breathless, grappling with the enormity of the crisis unfolding on screen. The tension simmers as the Leviathan rises, a haunting reminder of what is at stake if we continue on this path. The narrative crescendos, leaving viewers with goosebumps as they contemplate their own role in this unfolding tragedy. Latin American cinema adds its own unique flavor, weaving cultural narratives steeped in folklore and magic realism. The Leviathan here is often a fantastical creature, a trickster that disrupts the mundane. In this vibrant storytelling, laughter mingles with fear, as characters navigate a world where the extraordinary and the everyday collide. The audience is swept away in the rhythm of the tale, where joy and sorrow interlace effortlessly, and the Leviathan, while whimsical, remains a potent reminder of the unpredictability of life. Through these diverse lenses, the Leviathan transcends its origins, morphing into a powerful symbol that resonates across cultures and histories. It compels viewers to confront their own fears, aspirations, and the universal struggles that bind humanity together. Each story unfolds like a wave, rising and crashing in a breathtaking rhythm that evokes both sorrow and hope. With each cinematic representation, the Leviathan challenges perceptions, inviting audiences to reflect on their own lives and the monsters that lurk beneath the surface. It whispers of battles fought in silence, of dreams crushed by the weight of expectation, and of resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. As the films leave their indelible marks, the audience is left contemplating the nature of their own Leviathans, those daunting forces they grapple with daily. In the ebb and flow of these narratives, the Leviathan remains a constant force, its presence felt in every corner of global cinema. It serves as a bridge across cultures, a reminder that while our experiences may differ, the struggles we face are profoundly similar. The tension builds, with every frame capturing the essence of the human spirit's fight against insurmountable odds. The screen flickers, and the audience is left breathless, the story suspended in the air like the salty mist of the ocean, each viewer grappling with their own emotions as the Leviathan looms large in their minds. As the sun dipped below the skyline, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets, a sense of urgency hummed in the air. People moved swiftly, their faces illuminated by the flickering screens of their devices, each consumed by the whirlpool of information that tied them together in a web spanning continents. This was the age of globalization, a time when walls seemed to vanish, yet new ones emerged, walls of identity, culture, and power. In the heart of this vibrant chaos, a young man stood at the crossroads of his identity. Ahmed had traveled from a small village in Tunisia, his heart brimming with dreams of opportunity and prosperity. The stories of the West had reached him, tales spun by the winds of globalization that promised a future of freedom. Yet, standing in the shadow of towering buildings, he felt dwarfed, lost amid the thrumming pulse of a city that never slept. Was he just another cog in the vast machine, or did he hold within him the power to transcend borders? Ahmed's journey mirrored that of countless others. Millions crossed oceans and deserts in search of a better life, drawn by the siren call of opportunity. Their narratives intertwined, weaving a rich tapestry of human experience that transcended nationality. Each story was a thread, pulled taut by hope and desperation, creating a complex fabric of existence that spanned the globe. Yet, this global network was fraught with complexities, an intricate dance of diplomacy, trade, and sometimes conflict. As night fell, the city transformed. Neon lights flickered to life, casting bright reflections on the wet pavement. In a dimly lit cafe, Ahmed met Clara, a journalist from Germany, whose piercing curiosity was matched only by her passion for uncovering truths. They talked for hours, their conversation weaving through tales of struggle, resilience, and dreams. Clara had traveled to various corners of the globe, documenting lives that echoed Ahmed's, stories of displacement, adaptation, and the relentless pursuit of belonging. "Do you ever feel like a stranger in your own skin?" Clara asked, her voice low and sincere. Ahmed's heart raced. In that moment, he realized that they were not just two individuals from different corners of the world. They were part of something larger, a collective narrative that spoke to the essence of humanity. Their stories were bound by the invisible threads of globalization, where every triumph and tragedy reverberated like ripples on a pond. But as they shared their lives, a realization dawned upon them. The very forces that had brought them together were also pulling them apart. Corporations and governments enacted policies that often disregarded the voices of the very people they affected. In pursuit of profits, the world's leaders crafted narratives that marginalized the experiences of the downtrodden, leaving behind echoes of despair in their wake. Ahmed's dreams of a better life were often met with the harsh reality of exploitation and indifference. The weight of their shared understanding grew heavier in the cafe. Outside, the world was alive with movement, yet within those four walls, an unsettling truth simmered. Clara's journalistic integrity compelled her to tell the stories of those like Ahmed, yet she faced obstacles at every turn. A complex bureaucracy, a society quick to silence dissent. She felt the pressure of her position, a privileged observer amidst a cacophony of voices yearning to be heard. As the hours passed, the cafe began to empty, yet Ahmed and Clara remained, lost in their conversation. Each shared story ignited their spirits, but also fanned the flames of frustration. They spoke of the rise of nationalism and the growing divide between the haves and the have-nots. Clara's eyes sparkled with determination. "We need to challenge the narratives," she said passionately. "We can't let the stories of those suffering be forgotten." Suddenly, outside, a crowd began to gather, their voices rising in a collective roar. Clara and Ahmed exchanged glances, and without a word, they stepped into the street. Before them lay a sea of faces. Men, women, and children united in protest. Signs written in different languages proclaimed their demands for justice and equity. It was a vivid tapestry of humanity, a striking reminder that, despite their differences, they all shared a common struggle. Their hearts raced in unison, caught in the fierce energy of the moment. The chants surged through the air, reverberating with a power that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Ahmed was swept into the crowd, adrenaline coursing through him as he raised his voice, joining in the chorus of demands for change. Clara, camera in hand, captured the raw emotional power of the moment, determined to immortalize the voices that cried out for recognition. As the crowd surged forward, a wave of emotion washed over them. In that instant, Ahmed felt a profound connection, not just to those around him, but to the countless souls who had come before him, each one a narrative woven into the fabric of a shared human experience. Clara, too, felt the weight of responsibility pressing upon her. She was not merely an observer. She was a custodian of these stories, a bridge between worlds. Yet, in the shadows of the protest, the looming Leviathan of globalization cast its pall. The very systems that promised unity often bred division, as powerful entities manipulated narratives to maintain control. Theirs was a complicated dance, one that threatened to silence the very voices they sought to amplify. As the night wore on, the tension hung thick in the air, a potent reminder that while globalization had forged connections, it had also given rise to new challenges that demanded courage and resilience. Ahmed and Clara, caught in this whirlwind of emotions, knew that this was merely the beginning. The stories of their lives were intertwined, yet they were but threads in a grander narrative, a narrative that stretched across continents, woven together by the dreams of those who dared to hope for change. The Leviathan loomed large, but the whispers of the many could not be so easily silenced. As the protest continued into the night, their hearts beat in rhythm, caught in the pulse of a world desperate for a new direction. And there, amidst the fervor and the uncertainty, they realized that the fight for recognition, dignity, and justice was far from over. Just as the crowd swelled, so too did their resolve, igniting a flame that would burn brightly against the shadows of the Leviathan. The great expanse of the ocean lay before them, a vast blue blanket that seemed to stretch to the edges of existence itself. Beneath its surface, shadows danced and thrummed with a life of their own. Ancient tales whispered through the currents, stories of a creature so fearsome it could bend the will of nations. It was the Leviathan, an entity that transcended the mere depths of the sea, a colossal being that lay coiled within the collective imagination. The mere mention of its name sent shivers down spines, stirring excitement and dread in equal measure. In the halls of power, where influential figures gathered to discuss matters of state, the Leviathan was more than a myth. It was a symbol of the extraordinary power wielded by public perception. Leaders pored over maps, tracing routes where sailors had claimed to catch glimpses of its massive form, while tales of its terror were recited by candlelight, each retelling amplifying the legend. Within this web of stories, the Leviathan became a canvas for fears, aspirations, and the very fabric of political machinations. As rumors swirled like a storm on the horizon, the common folk spoke of monstrous waves crashing against the hulls of their ships, of sailors who had disappeared without a trace, swallowed by the depths. Children huddled close to their mothers, wide-eyed and trembling, as tales of the creature's ferocity were woven into the fabric of their bedtime stories. This creature, born from the fear of the unknown, took on dimensions more colossal than its imagined size. It was not merely a creature of the sea. It was the embodiment of chaos and the uncontrollable forces of nature itself. Historians traced the origins of the Leviathan far back to ancient texts, where its presence was recorded with meticulous care. In the Book of Job, it was described as a creature with formidable strength, wielding power that left even the strongest men trembling. This narrative transcended generations, morphing throughout the ages as cultures adopted the Leviathan into their own mythologies, from the Mesopotamian Tiamat to the biblical interpretations that echoed through time. Each culture shaped the Leviathan into a mirror reflecting their own fears, desires, and social constructs, lending the creature a complex identity that felt eerily familiar to all. As word of the Leviathan spread, it rippled through society, igniting imaginations and stoking passions in the hearts of many. Artists took to canvas, attempting to capture the essence of this beast, their interpretations varying from terrifying to awe-inspiring. Some painted it as a monstrous dragon with scales glistening like jewels, while others depicted it as a massive serpent, coiled and ready to strike. Each brushstroke added another layer to the mythos, further entrenching the Leviathan in the minds of the people. But it was not just artists who were captivated. The rise of literature during the Enlightenment brought with it a new wave of thought. Philosophers and writers began examining the implications of such myths, pondering what the Leviathan said about human nature and the structures of society. Thomas Hobbes, with his political philosophy, invoked the creature as a metaphor for the state itself, suggesting that without a powerful sovereign to keep chaos at bay, humanity would descend into a brutish existence. The Leviathan thus became a symbol of order amidst the chaos, an entity that both inspired terror and provided a sense of security. In the bustling ports where sailors shared tales of their seafaring adventures, the myth grew. Old fishermen, with skin as weathered as the boats they sailed, would recount their own near encounters with the famed beast. They spoke with deep conviction, their eyes sparkling with the thrill of the unbelievable. The audience would hang on every word, laughter and gasps intertwining as they reveled in the thrill of danger, the unknown lurking just beneath the waves. Yet not all were convinced. Skeptics emerged, challenging the stories and demanding proof. They sought to demystify the creature, attributing its existence to misidentifications of whales or natural phenomena. But even their voices seemed to fade against the tide of popular belief. The Leviathan held firm in the hearts of the people, a testament to the power of myth-making and the emotion it invoked. It was no longer a mere creature of the sea. It had become an ideal, a representation of the struggles and hopes of those who dared to dream. As the years rolled on, the Leviathan transcended its original form, becoming embedded in the very fabric of culture. Movies and literature continued to breathe new life into the legend, each iteration adding layers of complexity and nuance. The creature evolved, shifting from a fearsome beast to a misunderstood guardian of the seas, a character caught in the conflict between humanity and nature. Audiences found themselves entranced, their imaginations ignited by the idea that perhaps the Leviathan was not merely a monster, but a reflection of their own struggles against the tides of life. In every retelling, there were echoes of the past, a reminder of humanity's relentless quest to conquer the unknown. The Leviathan emerged as more than a creature. It became a haunting reminder of the fragility of existence, a testament to the balance between fear and reverence. As night fell over the ocean, the waves crashed against the shore with an urgency that mirrored the hearts of those who dared to dream. The faint glow of lanterns lit the faces of those gathered around bonfires, their voices weaving a tapestry of stories, some filled with laughter, others with the weight of fear. The Leviathan was always there, lurking at the edges of their consciousness, a reminder of what lay beneath the surface, of the power of belief, and the stories that connect them all. And as the fire flickered, casting shadows that danced upon the sand, the myth endured, ever alive, entwining its essence with the souls of those who dared to ponder the mysteries of the deep. In a dimly lit room, a flickering candle casts shadows that dance on the walls, revealing a portrait of Thomas Hobbes. His stern gaze seems to pierce through time, inviting a contemplation of what lies beyond the stiff pages of history. The Leviathan, a monstrous symbol of state power, looms large in the collective consciousness, a reminder of the tension between authority and individual freedom. Yet, as the world spins forward, the meaning of Hobbes's great beast morphs, shifting like smoke in the air. The modern age is a tapestry woven with threads of collaboration and conflict, a stage where the Leviathan's legacy is both haunted and celebrated. In cities pulsing with life, people stand in long lines, waiting for their voices to be heard, their rights to be acknowledged. The echo of protests and the clamor for justice reverberate through the air, a potent reminder of the struggles against oppressive structures. Each shout, each chant, carries the weight of history, an unbroken line from Hobbes's time to the present, where the desire for safety often jostles with the thirst for liberty. In the halls of power, decision-makers grapple with age-old dilemmas. What is the role of government? Who holds the reins of authority? Is the Leviathan a guardian or a warden? The answers are not as clear-cut as they once seemed. With the rise of technology, a new Leviathan emerges, one made of algorithms and data. In this brave new world, surveillance becomes the name of the game. Eyes are everywhere, watching, listening, collecting. Citizens find themselves caught in a web spun by faceless corporations and government agencies, a stark reminder of Hobbes's belief in a society needing control to avoid chaos. Yet, As the glow of smartphones illuminates faces in the crowd, a different interpretation of the Leviathan begins to take shape. Young activists armed with hashtags and viral campaigns challenge the old order. They wield the power of the collective, using social media as their battleground. Here, the Leviathan transforms, no longer a singular beast, but a multitude of voices rising in unison. The notion of sovereignty evolves as individuals band together to reclaim their narratives from the grasp of an overreaching state. In bustling cafes, groups of friends huddle over their laptops, sharing ideas and dreams, fueled by the hope that the future can be different. They engage in spirited debates about what it means to live in a world where information flows freely, yet the threat of misinformation looms large, like a dark cloud ready to unleash its fury. The specter of Hobbes lurks in their conversations, not as a warning, but as an opportunity. The Leviathan of today is not a singular entity, but a mosaic of voices, each contributing to a larger chorus calling for change. As the world spins faster, the pulse of society becomes a rhythm filled with both anxiety and exhilaration. The question arises, who will define the Leviathan in this age of transformation? The answer remains elusive, a moving target as new challenges emerge. Climate change, social inequality, and political unrest beckon for a response. The Leviathan must adapt, lest it become obsolete. In town halls and community gatherings, people come together, sharing their fears and hopes. They look back to history, to the lessons of Hobbes, and recognize that the balance between security and freedom is delicate. The emotional weight of their shared struggles fills the air, a reminder that they are not alone in their fears. It is a collective heartbeat, resonating through the fabric of society, urging them to find common ground, to redefine what authority means in their lives. In the corridors of power, leaders feel that heartbeat too. They sense the shift, the growing discontent among the populace. The Leviathan, once a symbol of unyielding strength, faces an existential crisis. Can it evolve, or will it be overthrown by a new force rising from below? The answer lies in the hands of the people, who no longer accept a silent role in the narrative. They demand to shape their own destinies, a powerful movement that no Leviathan can easily suppress. And as night falls, the candle flickers once more, reflecting the myriad paths that lie ahead. In this age of uncertainty, the Leviathan is not merely a figure etched in the past. It is a living, breathing entity, responding to the cries of its people. Each emotion felt, each voice raised, becomes a thread in the ever-evolving story of society. The tension between control and freedom remains palpable, a constant push and pull that defines the human experience. The future looms, rich with possibilities, yet fraught with challenges. Those who dare to question, to redefine, to reshape the Leviathan are the ones who will forge a new legacy. As the candle's light flickers, illuminating the shadows of history, it whispers promises of transformation. Hobbes's vision is not static. It flows and bends with the currents of time, waiting for those brave enough to seize it. In the distance, echoes of laughter and shouts blend into a symphony of change. The Leviathan watches, for it is both guardian and captive, shaped by the very people it seeks to govern. Will the future bring forth a cooperative entity, one that listens and learns, or will it remain a tyrant, clutching power to itself? The stage is set, and the actors are ready. What comes next? The air crackles with anticipation, a spark igniting as history prepares to turn another page. In the shadowy depths of the ocean, a creature stirs, a colossal figure, a Leviathan that has haunted the human imagination for centuries. As waves crash against the shore, whispers of its existence echo through time, resonating in stories told around flickering fires. This beast, often hidden beneath the surface, serves as a metaphor for humanity's greatest fears and deepest desires. Its form may be mythical, but the impact it has left on human culture is starkly real. From ancient civilizations to modern times, the Leviathan has taken on many shapes. In Mesopotamia, it roared through the pages of epic tales, representing chaos and the unknown. The Enuma Elish, an ancient Babylonian creation myth, tells of Marduk battling Tiamat, a monstrous sea goddess. Their clash was more than just an ancient story. It was the embodiment of civilization's struggle against the primordial chaos of nature. This stark contrast between order and disorder continues to resonate in contemporary society, reminding us of the battles we face in our daily lives. As centuries rolled on, the Leviathan transformed, morphing into an emblem of political power and control. Thomas Hobbes, in the 17th century, envisioned the Leviathan as a metaphor for the state itself, a mighty construct that could provide order and security in a world fraught with danger. With his ink-stained fingers, he crafted a vision of a great sovereign, a creature of immense power, forged from the collective fear and consent of the people. Hobbes's idea was revolutionary. It challenged the divine right of kings and placed the responsibility of governance in the hands of the governed. The Leviathan became a symbol not only of authority but also of the fragile pact between the ruler and the ruled. Fast forward to the age of exploration, and the Leviathan took on yet another role. In the minds of sailors braving the open seas, it morphed into a harbinger of doom. Tales of monstrous sea serpents and gargantuan whales filled the hearts of men with terror and awe. Each storm-tossed voyage was fraught with danger, and the Leviathan represented nature's untamed spirit, a force that could easily swallow ships whole. Many went to sea seeking fortune but returned with stories of wonder and fear, forever changed by their encounters with the unknown. Yet, the Leviathan is not merely a creature of fear. It also embodies the yearning for connection with the vast mysteries of existence. In the works of Herman Melville, the Leviathan is portrayed as a symbol of nature's majesty and humanity's insignificance. In Moby Dick, the great white whale becomes a complex character, embodying both vengeance and the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Readers are left to ponder their place in a world governed by forces far beyond their control. The emotional weight of this narrative lingers long after the final page is turned, compelling reflection on one's own life and struggles. In the modern age, the Leviathan has evolved yet again, now represented in films, literature, and art as a symbol of corporate greed and environmental destruction. Movies like The Shape of Water and Pacific Rim reinterpret the Leviathan, portraying it as both threat and savior. These stories awaken empathy and spark a conversation about our relationship with nature, urging society to recognize the consequences of its actions. The Leviathan serves as a mirror, reflecting humanity's triumphs and failures, desires and fears, reminding us that we are all part of a larger, interconnected world. As social movements rise and fall, the Leviathan continues to be invoked as a symbol of resistance against oppression. It embodies the spirit of those who rise against injustice, echoing the wild roar of the sea as they demand change. From the suffragettes to civil rights activists, the Leviathan stands as a reminder of the struggle for freedom and equality. It signifies the fight against the metaphorical beasts of our time, whether they be systemic inequality, environmental degradation, or social injustice. The narrative continues, urging humanity to confront its own Leviathans. In literature, the Leviathan emerges in powerful narratives that explore the complexity of human emotion. Authors weave tales of love, loss, and redemption, using the Leviathan as a backdrop, a reminder of the tumultuous seas of life. In the works of contemporary writers, it embodies the trials faced by individuals as they navigate the waves of their own stories. Each character wrestles with their own Leviathans, whether they be personal demons or external pressures, creating a tapestry of emotions that resonates with readers on a profound level. Even in the realm of science, the Leviathan maintains its grip on the human psyche. Marine biologists study the largest creatures on Earth, uncovering secrets of the ocean while simultaneously revealing humanity's ignorance about its own planet. The Leviathan becomes a symbol of the awe-inspiring mysteries that lie beneath the surface, reminding us that much of our world is still unknown. It urges society to embrace curiosity and preservation, recognizing that the Leviathan, in all its forms, is a vital part of our shared existence. The legacy of the Leviathan is not merely a collection of stories. It is a living, breathing entity that continues to evolve with humanity. As each generation faces its challenges, the Leviathan stands as a testament to resilience and the human spirit. With each retelling, It morphs into a new form, reflecting the ever-changing landscape of culture and society. As it swims through the currents of time, the Leviathan invites us to confront our fears, embrace our dreams, and understand our place in the vast ocean of life. The waves crash against the shore, the wind howls, and the Leviathan stirs once more, reminding us that its tale is far from over. Humanity stands at the edge of an abyss, the depths of which are filled with the unknown. As it breathes, the Leviathan beckons, whispering secrets of the past, present, and future, urging us to listen, to learn, and to grow. The ocean's roar carries the echoes of its legacy, and as the tide rises, so too does the call to face the Leviathan within us all. The story continues, a thread weaving through the fabric of existence, binding us together in our shared journey amidst the waves.